weird, but we're back. Yeah, they'll counterspell you like through a wall. But as a patch 6, they don't anymore.
What do we have here? Onward then. Have to keep low. I know what to do.
I think they removed counterspell for AI. No, I'm saying they made it so they don't do it when you're not in combat with them.
Open the bloody gate!
So, like, what would happen before, Bob, is an enemy that has no way of knowing you exist, who you've never been in combat with, would be able to counterspell you, without you being in combat with them at all. But patch 6 addressed that.
Shit! Form a line!
About get it now? Yeah, it's confusing. You're good.
Damnable roach. Provoke the blade. And suffer its sting.
Will's intro is so cool. He's him. And missile out of combat onto gun and she shielded. Cool. Information. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, sorry about the interruption. My ISP just sucks for no reason sometimes. How do you route to Falar while avoiding this fight? I didn't get it yet. Or do I want to handle this? Yeah, you're right. Auto slash shriek in your action tab, sorry. No, it's just, I still have trickery cleric features on there. Think about doing a sorcerer multi-class, stuck with 18 charisma, is that enough? Yeah. You don't really need that much of your casting stat, especially late game, where you can buff your spell save DC through other means. Wow. Holy shit, dude. Ow. That's not great RNG. Played Starfield? No. Shadowheart for Karnus reasons. Among other things, but yes. Was I outside of rallied range? Know of the game? Yes. I got rallied, but like, holy fuck, man. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Second Wind, for the 2 healing. Really, 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 really helpful there. From a month ago. Video made is 2 days ago. That was patch 5. I still am not gonna risk it. Guy who did New Game Plus 33 times. Why? Why would you do that? This RNG's been crazy. I was worried about Will dying, but now I'm worried about me dying. Deviler, please kill something. I really need you to kill things. AoE Arms of Hadar? No. Will, what are you doing? Should we be worried? Yes. There is a lot of cause to be worried right now. I'm not able to do any damage because I'm trying to keep myself alive. They're just baiting all the opportunity attacks. Finally, they fucking killed something. I'm using loaded dice today. Okay, we got the Hellish Rebuke. That's good RNG. That's good. Zevlor getting hit by that Ray of Poison is actually good. Ray of Sickness, rather. Okay. Zevlor is cleaning it up a bit. Zakrug's almost dead. Can finally go for some damage, I suppose. Do you even take damage from this? Oh, it won't. No, you won't. Thank you, Ramira. You playing like my teammate who keeps forgetting opportunity attacks exist. Oh no. I'm sensing some trauma. Bart the shield plus dagger gamer. He's so real for that. About the Zev's eye? What do you mean the Zev's eye? I mean Zevlor's eye? Yeah, what about it?
I know what to do.
Bart dying's good. I get his hand crossbow. Get it like that boost gives or something. Anyone know more about this? Aridin dying's not great, because I kind of wanted to kill him myself. Now I'm worried about Will again. I don't want to use that bomb yet. I also... have to be worried about the Warg. I mean, if it crits Will, he's dead. Whatever.
Got to move.
Suggest a bolster poison mage when I go up against undead.
That was open.
Other spells?
Might find something useful.
RNG giveth, RNG taketh away. Yeah, well... at least Will didn't die. That's what important. Elemental Adept. Does that ignore immunity? Or just resistance? Cannon died. No! We'll save him one of these runs. Don't worry.
Calm and quiet. That's the way.
You mean Volo? Yes, I get Volo's eye every single run.
This way.
100% of playthroughs, it is optimal to get Volo's eye. The only time you can't is if you are Will. I was thinking not to resistant to their immune. Yeah, so different spells. Than a Will playthrough, I guess. I mean, Avatar Will is by far the least beneficial of the Origins. He doesn't get any unique features other than Rapier proficiency and the downside of having one eye. Like, some other Origins get downsides, like It's hard to get Potent Robe on Dirge, and Shadowheart has her Fear of Wolves, to name a couple. But Will is just the origin that gets no upsides either. If you give Ethel an eye for whatever reason, that disqualifies her from Volo too. It does, but you don't even really get a bonus for that. You get like +1 intimidation and permanent disadvantage on perception checks or some horrible, horrible condition like that. It is never worth it. Don't ever do that. So I'm gonna want a druid level before I talk to Aaron for the first time. I'd like to convince Roland to stay, too. Wonder if this works. Fucking... Also, you can't crit anymore. Amazing. Yeah, Volo's a straight upgrade, Ethel's a straight downgrade.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Cleric of Shar option. Amazing. You don't get the tiefling option from being shapeshifted. It's good to know. Also perma disadvantage on attacking hags. So just a series of L's. That's unfortunate. We can have Lae'zel fish for that one.
Children, look who.
We put Lae'zel in our party for 2 dialogues here. Yeah, I don't need to walk over to camp storage to get my mask anymore. Neat. Wait, Shadowheart's tent not being here means I don't get water that way. Oh, that's incredibly awkward, actually. I need to keep track of water spawns now.
I should take that.
Water barrel. Yeah, let me just carry around a 40-unit barrel instead of a half-a-unit bottle. Yeah, great idea. Try to go down by the river. So, like, why don't we have an option to fill empty bottles down by the river? Huh? 0 out of 10. Not enough water. Game's unplayable.
I ought to speak.
Why am I encumbered? That's your rain spell. Rain Dancer. Rain Dancer might get bought this run. It's, like, very action inefficient to use that, though. It's like, especially on Fighter, because throwing water bottles, that just use one of my attacks. Eventually, I'll have 3 of those. Water won't be an issue by the time that I have that, but... No, once I'm level 5, casting Create Water will be strictly worse than throwing bottles, because I can't upcast Create Water. I guess an option is if there's ever a surface, I could, like, drop water into it. Reaction. It's still awkward.
Step, Harry. We need to be ready for a fight.
Fighter doesn't have two checks here.
But I'll keep at. Oh yes.
Lae'zel Inspiration.
Is this monster with you?
Lower.
The locals prove compliant. A useful trait. A shell. The tiefling was clear. You will educate me on. By covenant, I can
Okay,
say.
the tension is unreal. I ship them so hard.
Are you sure that's the...
Like, the dialogue is all backhanded compliments.
Right. I've got food, water, my dagger.
Best to fill your belly now.
Up there. Auntie Ethel will sort you out. You take a sup at that and... Oh, I'm sorry to go on about it. What is it, Petal? What's wrong? No, do you need anything? Nay.
Ask her what the potion is without drinking it, so I get to keep it. Have our measly 1 inspiration point.
The waiting's getting to me.
I do have Thaumaturgy. I can go talk to Alfira. Although that can wait a while, to be honest. Like, I could wait until I have Polara Loop for that. That's just +1, though. I don't really need that proficiency. Although, I do use it for luring things. I have Minor Illusion. I don't need it.
You, get back!
What? You?
Get eaten by a bear.
Bear dude. Always cringe, yeah. Hey, Windwalker. Finish the run? Yeah, I finished the run. We're on to fighter now. He says as he casts cleric things. I just haven't gotten Withers yet. We're working on it.
Dance upon the... More like butchering. At the hands of this bloody song. Big dance upon the stars tonight.
You only gotta pass the second one. Congrats, thank you.
That was... interesting. Why don't we try again? Sorry. There was so much blood. I've...
Music proficiency. I'm tempted to skip this because the performance hotkey is bugged. Bugged in what way, Senator Face? I've been using performance on my runs without issue. Is there like a keybind for it? I've just been looking at it from the hotbar, to be honest. Resets for replacement on a hopper. Only when you equip a musical instrument, it'll just move it, because it's a different ability. I want the ring from you. I have somewhat okay charisma.
I smell drama amongst these. A few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest.
Cloud of Dagger scroll. Probably buy those where we can get them. Hogcloud too. Put Featherfall in there too. And Charm Person. Probably use a lot of utility scrolls. Seems like it was on every game load or long rest for some condition and kept getting put back to default spot. I've not experienced that personally, but I'll keep an eye out for it. Could be I just didn't notice. And check the VOD last fight. Also finished my run. Quite surprised how much damage my monk did. Netherbrain did 400 damage in one turn by just punching. I did about 250. And then I went for the stylish finish. I was not quite set up for maximum punch damage. I didn't end up using the thing that I was gearing around either. kind of freeballed it. But yeah, yeah. I did 250 damage, chain lightning scroll, power word kill. Got a lot of mileage out of the Mizora summon as well. That was pretty neat.
Find our master.
Alright, now's where we decide. You guys vote. Helldusk, yay or nay? Plays Monk, uses scrolls.
Understand? Fly quick.
Full on hit. Also got 2 wisdom from the Mirror of Laws. Had 2 guaranteed crits saved from the other brand. Yeah, I had 1 guaranteed crit that I used. I didn't do Mirror of Loss. I had pretty low wisdom overall. You can still steal Helldusk. I'm not sure what you mean, Bob. Yeah. Majority of you saying yes. Okay. That Helldusk, yay or nay? Yeah. That's what I said. We really want Arabella to live here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was in a group last night that dropped Raphael to 0. He just didn't die. Oh, there's the fear of wolves.
She must pay the price.
They always make me feel like
That's DC 15. Ugh.
When we cast out the rest,
That's...
she may
Ugh.
Please.
Go without a raise challenge? I could.
Imprison the devil. And
Oh, wait, I know how to get an Act 1.
out every stranger.
My last run was post patch 6, and I was still able to get it. So I think your group did the setup maybe incorrectly. Patch it, man. Guessing you're asking if you can still get it. Oh yeah, you can. I had it on my last run. Briefly explain your route at the beginning to get to level 4. Sure. Having Disguise Self lets you click a lot of things you couldn't normally. It lets you, if you turn into a drow, you can get to the Blighted Village without combat or checks. You get that XP. Then you can get past the checkpoint on the way to the Goblin Camp as well. Get that XP. You can get past the gate guards inside of the building with the Goblin Camp. Get that XP as well. If you are a race that can't be put to sleep, notably, I can't do this one on Shadowheart. You can go drink the sleep potion that Priestess got as you drink, and if you don't resist, don't try to break out of your chains, then Corilla will show up and save you. I can't do that on Shart, so we gotta figure out alternate way of dealing with Gut. Get access to the Underdark through the puzzle, that's some XP. You can kill that Minotaur there, that's, you know, minimal risk, but you can skip that one if you're afraid of that. Exploration XP throughout the Act 1 map. You can do Joaquin's Rest pretty early if you're just careful with walking around the knolls. The Sleeping Bugbear in the Blighted Village, you just need to get a high enough base damage weapon and kill him with a free auto crit. That's some XP. Grabbing the dagger in the piece of meat in the Blighted Village, there's a few different checks you can do for that, but that's XP if you succeed. Going into the basement, where the Necromancy of Thay and stuff is, it's XP for going down there for the first time. There's having Lae'zel in your party and talking to Zoru. There's talking to Zevlor, and then Kaga, then Zevlor again, is some XP. Nettie is XP. And you can turn into a Gith. This one's a check, but you can turn into a Gith and go talk to Voss. And it's a DC 15 Deception or Performance. And you'll get their XP and they'll leave. Although that one is a check. Want to have inspiration when you do that. And then on top of that, whatever inspirations are relevant for whatever background you're playing. Those are all XP. If you're feeling cheeky, you can steal the key item from Wrath's inventory and go open up that in Nettie's room. That's XP. Talking your way past the guys outside the Withers dungeons, a little bit of XP. Sectioning off all of the skeletons back there, killing them one by one, and getting Withers is also XP. Recruiting companions for the first time is XP for each of them. That's enough to get you to a good chunk into level 3. Every encounter you resolve by talking, you don't get the XP for killing them later, right? Correct. Going to the Underdark, you can sacrifice a companion for a bunch. Yeah, getting there safely is a little tricky, but you can do it with, like, a jump potion and Featherfall. You just gotta be very careful you don't step on boulette triggers. Because it's happened to me on 2 runs now. If you step on a boulette trigger and then jump into another one, it'll just pop out of the ground with no one-turn warning, and that can one-shot you. Especially at low levels.
And do it.
No.
The snake hisses, its intentions unclear.
Yes. Out.
A hot
Thank you.
Halcyon isn't.
Oh, Shar didn't like that. Want to practice solo honor? I'm quite disappointed can't activate legendary actions on custom. Yeah, I don't like that either. I wish that was different.
I'll give it a try.
I claw the mural.
Ridiculous.
The town used the inscription. She and her
A devil child.
That mural.
One who tried to
Do a run one pretty soft, I think I'll try it. I think you could do it. Like, if you can do duo, you can absolutely handle solo. Did I click on that one? Oh yeah, you can get Felara Louvre with no checks if you bleed on the rock. That's some XP as well.
Go on. Say it. No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanus, and the rite is resumed. The Viper. This tale.
We got 15 XP from that.
The ritual's almost finished. What if they tried to steal from us? Again? We've shown them once. We take our own law seriously. By letting that child escape without consequence.
I see you. There. Now, you seem healthy enough. A tadpole. Come.
A tadpole come? I didn't know they could do that. Anyone else heard of tadpole come? Not sure what class I want to play though. If you think Arcane Ward, Armor of Agathis Wizard can work, that's one of the tankiest things in the game. It's incredibly good.
Tadpole crawled out of his
Takes a little bit to get off the ground. The early game, you don't really have the tech to get it working, but particularly you could run around in, say, Act 2, and let's say you had Adamantine for crit protection, but otherwise you kept your AC low. You just run around provoking opportunity attacks, and everyone's gonna do massive damage to themselves by hitting you. You could enhance that with, if you got Infernal Robe or Zarel's Shield, that's a free cast of Fire Shield that you could apply to increase the damage that enemies take from hitting you. It works pretty well. You can use water to double up your Armor of Agathis damage. Like, Armor of Agathis plus Fire Shield chill against a wet enemy, they're gonna do, like, many times more damage to themselves than they do to you.
It's alright. It might.
But first things first. How'd you pick up the parasite? But this is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you. I hope you, because you should all be changing. Not yet, and it could. Whatever he found there. If you can find Halsin in. Good. Take it one step at a time, Nettie.
Grim Helmet blocks critical without raising AC, right? It's heavy, though. Yeah, you wouldn't have heavy armor proficiency in this setup. You could have medium by being a Githyanki or a Shield Dwarf. But having heavy is, you'd have to take a suboptimal level somewhere. A cleric level isn't the craziest thing, but yeah.
Mustn't let anyone see.
Halsin sounds like the best chance of finding a cure.
How do you shield without proficiency? You wouldn't be able to cast spells. Can you? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to cast spells anymore. It'd be awkward. I mean, if you already have the armor up, the spell on you, it wouldn't be the worst thing, but it would be awkward. The option other would be fighter. Any way to safely get the legendary sword from boss? Not consistently. You wouldn't get until Act 3, but keep in mind that that weapon is very quickly outclassed anyway. It's genuinely just pretty mid. Like, Jorgarel's Greatsword from Grimforge is a better and more versatile weapon. Very heavy Great Axe from the Goblin at where Barcus is in the Wilderness map. Though, usually you get that in Act 2, is, also a better weapon. Falara Luv is a better weapon. Lorethian's Wrath from the Kresh is a better weapon. Unseen Menace from the Kresh is a better weapon. Silver Sword of the Astral Plane is extremely overrated. Why do you want to level in Druid before speaking to Aaron? The first time you speak to Aaron, if you have a Druid level, you immediately get 50 attitude with him. There's two things I'll want a Druid level for. That, and if you successfully get Kagha on your side versus the Shadow Druids, if you have a Druid level when you talk to her after that combat, then she'll give you an item that doesn't exist in the game otherwise, and it sells for a lot. All the weapon enchant +3 alone to make it better than all those options. So you get like an extra +1 or +2, depending on the weapon, to hit and to damage. That's cool, but look at every other feature provided by all of the other weapons. Jorgarel's Greatsword gives you a huge AoE cleave, and the normal AoE cleave on top of that. It is a +1 weapon, I believe. So, still magical. Falara Luv, everyone knows how good that is, but it's finesse and you can two-hand it. Same with Lorethian's Wrath, they're very unique in that regard. Lorethian's Wrath also gives you what is essentially Whirlwind Attack, a level 11 Hunter feature, once per short rest, and that's a huge AoE. Unseen Menace is a minus crit weapon that gives you inherent advantage and can't be disarmed. You lose the advantage from it when you miss, but as long as you don't miss, you keep just advantage. Especially in the early game is somewhat hard to come by.
Need something?
Where am I going? My brain's cooked. Yeah, there's basically no act where Silver Sword of the Astral Plane lasts longer than a little bit in terms of desirability. Like, if you got it organically in Act 1, it'd be good when raw damage is your only concern. And situationally, the saves could be nice.
now?
but it loses to Act 2 options cleanly, and it loses to Act 3 options cleanly.
Onward in her name.
Great Axe you mentioned, very heavy Great Axe. It's from Berserk is the name, I believe. It's the dude you can scare off with your brand. If you're a branded drow, you can scare him off with no checks. The one who's tormenting Barkus. You know if they removed ways to obtain Devamace in patch 6? I think they mentioned that in the notes, Coffee. I think they did. The method to get it from having your summon get arrested should still work, though. But you would need to be able to summon a Deva for that. Can't get it to be arrested. I've been trying. Then maybe they addressed that too, yeah. Finish the monk run? Sure did.
Spill some blood.
There is work to do. Necklace has a harpist sigil. Why were they here?
I must keep going.
Consider my options. Rogue, Shadow Monk could be an option. I think they require a lot more knowledge of the game. Shadow Monk ended up being pretty good in the early game because of the combined tools of bonus action, hide, and minor illusion.
What can I do for you?
But there are better classes that get those features, and as soon as you hit level 6, Shadow Monk is pretty cleanly outclassed by both of its alternatives. Rogue is good. In a duo environment, it'd be very good. In a solo environment, I'm pretty confident Rogue is the most difficult class to play. I would not recommend Rogue as your first solo. Leave Rogue for last then. Maybe not last. Like, the way the first 4 runs kind of worked out is we did the Wisdom classes first. Now we're doing Fighter, which is one of the Intelligence classes. The Intelligence classes are Fighter, Wizard, and Rogue. So if we keep with that theme, then Rogue will be, like, soon. That wasn't a theme I necessarily went for, it just happened to work out that way. So, I don't know. I don't know when we do it. Not gonna talk to you yet. Hunting Sharpo is a little less desirable since gnolls aren't monstrosities anymore. Like, I forgot to buy it until Act 2 on the monk, and I never used it. Think about Sorcerer. How do you run a Sorcerer solo? I really, really like Scorching Ray. I'd probably do a lot of that. But doing, like, Storm Sorcerer with Call Lightning is also really good. One of those. Be my personal choice. You got a lot of flexibility with Sorcerer.
Thank
Oh, I guess I don't actually need Mask of the Shapeshifter. Or I won't have that for much longer. May as well build good habits. That hurts in my party said disguise the drow, get out of fights and which instances in Act 1. So you want the person doing the dialogue to be a drow when you are entering the Blighted Village, when you are hitting the checkpoint between the Blighted Village and the Goblin Camp, when you are going through the doors from the outdoor goblin camp to the interior, and when you are talking to Fezzik to try to save Barkus. You want to be branded when you're talking to Fezzik. You want to be Drow for all those. Early game Sorcerer's a bit painful. Once you hit level 6, it's pretty alright. Yeah, early game seems, I would definitely go Githyanki for that medium armor. So indecisive, there's so many classes I want to play, so many builds I want to try. Yeah, that's good advice. Just play the game again and again. Like, I lost track of my playthrough count, to be honest. It's somewhere in the double digits. Above 10, below 20. Somewhere around there. Just keep playing.
Well, you saved Arabella, and we're happy to be. I want to. Anything else?
Really need that mage armor scroll, although will I? Reason not to set up a backpack. Potentially useful things. Notably, Shadowheart, I don't have fire resistance. If we do Helldusk, then I'll have it from that, but put those in there.
Anything else? You've been a friend.
Go start from Arcane Warrior. It seems one of the easier solo runs to do. Once it gets online. Like, early Wizard is rough, but if you do the strats to get to level 4 quickly, it alleviates a lot of that stress. Once you get level 5, you could start doing wizard things, you know, chucking fireballs with Bloodlust Elixir, and you'll be pretty set. Wizard has one of the harder early games. But I want to make it very clear, because there was that post on one of those subreddits like last week, week before, where someone was like, Wizard can't play the game on Tactician because it gets focused down. No, that person's just shit at the game. Get high initiative, don't let enemies live. And also, if you're doing Abjuration Wizard, you're the tankiest thing in the game. There are no classes that take a hit better than an Abjuration Wizard. So, like, have initiative, be Abjuration, use AoE. Played through 10 or 12, and I've only finished once, get to Act 3, and I'm like, got everything, but only phase time to start over. Understandable. I do that with a lot of games, too.
Better take that.
Level 4, 2 Wizard, 2 Lock, Armor of Agathis, plus Infernal Robe. Yeah, that works out pretty well. There's a shout for 1 Sorcerer, or maybe even like 3 Sorcerer. You can go, maybe 2-2, because you could get Agathis from Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. And you'd get Twin Spell at level 2, which is early AoE. That's maybe an option. Behind that shed and find gold, etc. I'm aware. But Warlock makes a lot of sense, because you could get the free cast of Mage Armor, you get Eldritch Blast, Mortal Reminder, X or Hellish Rebuke. Good things, good things. Let's get level 3 by getting access to the Blighted Village. I don't want to go all the way to Goblin Camp. I want Withers to show up manually. Or automatically. I want to go get him manually. I just want to get that second fighter level for Action Search. And I don't really have these tools to get in there through my preferred paths.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
Marcus Armor Shadows, I guess. Stack Arcane Ward early game.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in
That's
response.
a Shadowheart line. So I don't actually know what any of the Shadowheart specific lines do, so I'm not going to click any of them. And I haven't used the mark because I didn't have to use it to free Shadowheart on the Nautiloid. That's interesting. That does mean I can do a couple of things before resting if I really want to.
Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
True soul. Absolute.
Strange. Why let its host's memory?
A bunch of items that can stack your ward.
What sentimental creatures, clearly.
I know in Act 2 there's some robes that give you a 3rd level cast of Armor of Agathis. It goes away if you unequip, but if you're already upcasting to higher, you can just do that to refresh your ward if you ever need it. I don't want to go over to Scratch until I have more inspiration. Not just for morale, but like, Scratch is an important part of the run. Having Scratch and us. Agathis Robe, Good and Evil Amulet, Ethel's Lair, and her sword. Right. A Romance Lae'zel. I haven't decided. Lae'zel or Astarion? Probably Lae'zel, because I don't know the specific path to have Astarion not dump you for getting the Irage Potion. So, probably Lae'zel. Asmodeus, Tiefling, Ice Sorcerer, you get both of those without Warlock. Yeah, we talked about Sorcerer. Asmodeus, Tiefling is not worth it. Especially for this concept. Like, Shield Dwarf or Githyanki are just going to be better than everything else for Abjuration. Aid Talisman from Gut, right. Which armor class should I be running during Act 1 to consideration want to get hit? Well, before your ward gets up and running, you don't want to get hit. But once you have a good ward that you can sustain, you want to have it as low as possible. So wearing, like, Mighty Cloth, well, that's Act 2. You can get Graceful Cloth from Mountain Pass and wear that. Slightly more AC than other clothes, but also good features. A Potent Robe is a good one, but that's Act 2. Infernal Robe, again, slightly more AC, but you do get that Fire Shield as well, and that's nice. Welcome back, Viper. Any specific good points to take your first long rest? I should have done 2 already, if not 3 by this point. I'm kind of playing with fire a little bit. Aw, that was so close. Unfortunate. Means I need to start fighter time. Yeah. I forgot the context for that for a second. Vipers, I was like, huh? By the way, in this last run, I did defeat Orin and refused ball. And rest of the run, I got a cutscene with Jaheira and Vince acting like I was ball spawn.
I'd better take a peek.
I mean, you still... mechanically are and are not. It's complicated. But yeah, Minsc and Jaheira have a lot of broken dialogue in Act 3. They fixed a little bit for Jaheira in the patch, if I read correctly, but it's still, it's weird. As long as I out-initiative this guy, I should be able to just bonk him to death. Do I just use Everburn Blade, though? Like, I don't get dueling here. I like Auron was still alive. Yeah, that's strange.
Why do you give a book? Everything all right out there?
We succeed. Thank you. Wish we could get Minsk earlier. Matt Mercer's so good. Yeah, and I also have that nostalgic attachment. Minsk and Jaheira were in my party for BG1 and 2. I'm actually gonna take advantage of my cleric level. Huh, he out initiated me. Awkward. Just need to hit the opportunity attack. So, welcome to Do I Have a Short Rest to Get Action Surge back. It's gonna be our favorite game until we hit level 5. And even for a little bit after that. You know how I was a slut for Lantarv's short rest potions on the monk run? Didn't end up using that money? I guarantee I'm gonna use way more on this run. Like, a lot. Like, a lot. Like, we're gonna get weird with it. You plan just pure fighter? Most of the time, maybe there's gonna be points where we take a slight dip into something else, but like, pure fighter for a lot of the run, yeah. Slut for potions, it's true, like. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the 20 months.
Perfectly hidden.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Didn't time this great.
Slut for potions.
Which fighter subclass you doing? Only really understand Battlemaster. Not Battlemaster. Switching back and forth between the other two. Viper.
None shall see me.
Short rest.
Welcome rest. Bleed for me.
Be partial throw build Eldritch Knight for some levels, probably. Why did I decide to that? Why did I decide to what? Not Battlemaster? Because Battlemaster is the weakest fighter subclass. By a lot. Sure.
How'd you get past
Does enchant increase crit chance? Yes. Okay, what is this? Hello? Excuse me? Assumed Eldritch was? Why? Oh for 5, yeah, Fluxhorn. If any of those had hit, we would have been fine. Now we're in a weird spot. Why can't I dip? Oh, Everburn Blade Spaghetti. How do I get this to update? How much int you need for Eldritch to work? None. But Battlemaster's the strongest. It's tabletop bias. I'll talk about it in a minute. Like Battlemaster for exactly one fight in Act 1, because I usually don't have withers to respect my legs all at that one point. Which fight is that, Ari? And I like the way you think. Please. No way I have an Alchemist Fire at this point. Game. Paladin of Tyr. I usually do him a bit later where I have withers, but I like the way you think. Card is usually Shard of Star in Karlach. We're gonna have to YOLO this.
Your time has come.
What I wanted to do there was
Press on.
dip my bow in the candle so that I could shoot the barrel, but apparently having Everburn Blade equipped stops you from dipping your other weapon too. Need to time myself with the next run fold. Hey, Frizz. Like, been getting big Goral ASAP. Unfortunately for solo runs, it's usually optimal for Karlach to have an accident. She's my favorite character in the game, though. We love big Goral. Yeah, same page. Optimal to bring Karlach to Boal, get Anders to hand you his sword, and then immediately kill him. Hey, Foster. Effective changing slots matters. Wasn't here if you already tried it. So, Everburn Blade, not dippable. Crossbow, not dippable. Equip Everburn Blade, I can dip. Get. Really curious about Battlemaster now? Okay, so yeah, I said I would rant about it. Let me ask you guys this. What is the perceived value of Battlemaster? What are some features that you think are good from Battlemaster that make it better than the other subclasses, that are not baseline fighter features? Go. Thought experiment. Discussion time. Riposte, that's the correct answer, but more. Disarming and trip attack, the maneuvers, which ones? Period, riposte, riposte, riposte. Okay, I've ranted about this before. I've said riposte. Riposte is the correct answer, because it's the only thing of value. And I'll get into why. Superiority die are a resource. Fighter, outside of Action Surge, is a mostly resourceless character, and that's one of its strengths. You are adding a weakness to Fighter. Precision attack is pretty decent if you're going Great Weapon Master. It's resource intensive. The Command Beast scroll in Act 1 anywhere. There's a necklace in the prison in the Goblin Camp. The thing with, especially in the late game with Battlemaster, is there are things you're going to want to click rather than the maneuvers. Precision attack can still be useful, but weigh that against the things that Eldritch Knight and Champion give you at that point. Champion giving you minus crit. Eldritch Knight giving you all those utility spells and bound weapon if you're throwing. It's an uneven trade. In terms of clicking better options, if you're doing archery, consumable arrows are always better than Battlemaster maneuvers in the long term, especially late game. And this gets more and more problematic for Battlemaster when you get to level 11, get improved extra attack. So like, with improved extra attack, Action Surge, let's say you're also hasted, bloodlusted, and have martial exertion gloves. Let's say you have all of that going for you. You could click these 6 attacks before haste and bloodlust. That takes you up to 8. And let's be crazy and say you have a level of cleric for war priest charges as well. So 9 attacks and then 10 from martial exertion. You could click many target arrows on every single one of those and wipe every single combat in Act 3. Kill everyone easily. If you were to click, say, Battlemaster maneuvers on there, you're getting about I don't know, single-digit damage increase on non-crits, and you are not hitting multiple targets. Even if we remove the AoE component, let's say we're using single-target arrows. Arrows of Slaying are massively more damage than Battlemaster maneuvers. You can still get prone from ice arrows, while also getting massively more damage. You can shut down ranged attackers with darkness arrows. You can use arrows of transposition to move. You can use fire arrows for acuity, for extra damage, and for Call the Weak fishing. You can use lightning or cold arrows on wet enemies for massively more damage. You can use acid arrows to reduce enemies' AC, that's accuracy, and it's also more damage. Baseline features are just better than anything Battlemaster can do. In the context of this game. Tabletop, I'm sure it's different. Riposte is a genuinely good feature if you're doing melee stuff on Battlemaster, because enemy miss you, you get attack. That is good. That is good. Other stuff, meh. Swords Bard does consumable charges for weapon maneuvers way better than Battlemaster does, while also having other features. Finish Monk? Yeah, Flip, I did. It was fun. Only reason to do Battlemaster is Precision Strike, really, and Riposte. Those are the two good things. Early game, what benefits do you take from Champion? Minus crit. Every minus crit you have, assuming you're attacking with advantage, is about 8% overall crit chance. That's a pretty good chance for a lot more damage. And no resource constraints. That's just a passive benefit I have. Early game, I'm more likely to go Eldritch Knight. But in the mid and late game, it's going to be a back and forth between Champion and Eldritch Knight. Any gameplay reason to make Shadowheart your fighter here? Just changing each run for variety? Both. I get a cantrip from being a high elf, as Priz said. I get Shadow Curse protection, so I can be a little more fast and loose with how I deal with Karnus. I also get a pretty easy route to the Mirror of Loss on this run, which I might actually take advantage of. Mirror of Moss. Level 3 on my Dirge, Orc, Swords Bard, and good lord. Is it 10%? Priz ran a model for this. It was 8 and change. Priz, what was the exact percentage? 5 to 10 is only 5% different. Yeah, Priz ran the model for this. That's where we got the number from. For advantage, yeah. Guess Battlemaster has more impact if you're playing in a party. It doesn't, though. It's still worse. Like, you're just adding more stuff. Like, sure, that alleviates your resource concern, but it doesn't change the fact that you still always have better clicks at every point in the game. Curse protection work in the deep curse as well, or just the shallow ones? I don't actually know the answer to that. Lore-wise, deep would make sense, but I'm not sure. With the resource concern, how's Eldritch Knight fare? So Eldritch Knight doesn't get much in the way of spell slots, but they get a couple of things that you would use infrequently, but for high impact. Like, for example, just being able to cast Shield without having to, say, keep Amulet of the Harpers equipped like most other classes do. Provided you're provoking attacks infrequently, that's a big deal. You get things like Disguise Self, so if you don't have Mask of the Shapeshifter, that's a good way of getting it. You can bind a weapon, which is really good for throwing. With Eldritch Knight, you're primarily going for things that are long-term benefit rather than clicking like a damaging spell. You could concentrate on Expeditious Retreat to just have bonus action dash. Eldritch Knight thin on resources. Eldritch Knight can also provide you passive stuff, such as the bound weapon. Battlemaster gives you nothing if you're not using Battlemaster's active features. It's just a fighter if you're not actively using that resource. And because there's always better alternatives for those clicks other than precision attack and riposte, that means the other two fighter subclasses are always better when you're not clicking those two things. The mild exposure, she'll still need protection areas where the curse is strongest. Okay, that means I can't go through Wraithwind Town unprotected.
Dead goblins. Dead travelers.
That's fine. Go back here, I changed my mind. Maybe at least you changed the way I see fighter. I keep learning a lot here. I like breaking this stuff down. Particularly the fighter conversation. This is one that me and Priz had during our co-op playthrough, like, a few months ago. Where we did a fight where I respect to Battlemaster to try it out, and it was just, like, frustratingly bad compared to every other class combination we'd tried. And doing some science on why, we discovered that precision attack was the only thing of value, with riposte being good in melee range, and then other than that, I just didn't have a subclass. If it's AoE is better, there'd be a lot more reason for it. Yeah, that's another big component. Sweeping attack on paper is good, but unless they've fixed it in patch 6 without me noticing, it doesn't properly get your bonuses. So it's a limited target AoE on a coveted resource that
No handle. How does it open? Mustn't let anyone see.
Doesn't scale well. It doesn't do good damage past level 3. Meanwhile, compare it with, say, Tiger's Bloodlust from Wildheart Tiger Barb, or with Flashing Flourish, either version from Swords Bard. It's just not close. Love the reskin lockpicks, me too. But our AoE swipes are best coming from weapons that allow them to inherit Great Weapon Masters +10. So Spear of Evening, Jorgarl's Greatsword, very heavy Great Axe. Those are all notable ones because they have a special AoE. Lorethian's Wrath, and then any that have regular cleave are also good. Regular cleave being a once per short rest that you just get for having proficiency with the weapon. What do you think about Paladin? See everyone praising Paladin like god tier class. IMO every Paladin builds 2 levels into Paladin only. I'm glad you asked, because that's the other thing, other class I like bringing people back to reality on. Putting 2 levels of Paladin on a Bard is not you playing Paladin. That's you taking a Paladin feature on your Bard. That is Bard solving all the problems of Paladin, because Bard does everything Paladin does better. You're just taking a full caster that has the AoE that Paladin lacks, that has the sustain that Paladin lacks, and slapping Divine Smite on it. Paladin's the run I'm least looking forward to. Rogue will be the hardest, but Paladin is the one I'm least looking forward to, just because I don't like the class design. And for the purpose of class integrity, I'm going to be doing probably pure class Paladin. Isn't Rogue kind of cheesable through lots of the game, but there's a couple of high-risk encounters where you just either have to do risky strats or you have to pray. For example, you can't run away from the Gith monks in the Astral Plane. If you hide, they'll just go attack Emps. If Emps dies, game over. That's probably the hardest encounter of the game for Rogue. Trade is going to solve all your Rogue headaches. Unfair. Yeah, the longer I wait, the more work Trade does on it. But yeah, back to Paladin stuff. So if we look at Paladin across the levels, until level 5, you don't have good damage per round. You don't really have spell slots. You don't have your extra attack until level 5. Divine Smite is not compatible with throwing, which is much more consistent in the early game, and all other martials have some kind of meaningful support for. You don't have AoE. I really can't stress that enough. You do not have AoE as a paladin. The special smites take action and bonus actions. You have bad action economy. Unlike fighter, you don't have action surge. Maintaining your oath is difficult. Hey Redrum, how you doing? As a newbie to this game, I was kind of excited to fire up Paladin. I'm going somewhere with this. All classes are viable. Keep that in mind. All classes are viable, and me pointing out the problems with Paladin does not mean it is a bad class by any means. It just means a lot of the credit it gets is not accurately attributed. I'll normally play whatever. You could do honor mode, whatever. They're all viable. All classes. Maintaining your oath is difficult on Paladin. If you break your oath, you lose your channel oath features until you reclaim it, which requires paying money. And the more you break your oath, the bigger the cost of that. And it's not like Withers where you can just steal your money back for respecs. And you're not allowed to respec with a broken oath. So your options are either commit to Oathbreaker permanently or pay an ever-increasing amount of money. And this could get up to the 5 figures. You could put yourself in a position where you have to pay 10,000 gold to be allowed to go pay Withers to respec. And there's a lot of optimal gameplay choices that break your oath. Like, murder hoboing of any kind usually breaks your oath. Getting the permanent stat buff from Ethel breaks your oath. Killing certain NPCs in Dror Ragslin's room breaks your oath. Killing the goblin kids when freeing Halsin breaks your oath. Keeping your oath is just near impossible when playing optimally in a solo environment. In a group environment, you could have someone else in the party do those things sometimes, and you can kind of fudge it. So that means you're locked to Oathbreaker. At level 7, Paladins get their auras, and Oathbreakers is a nice damage increase. The problem is, mechanically, the way it works, Oathbreaker's aura will buff any undead or fiends you're fighting against you. So if you have, let's say you went crazy and you had +5 charisma modifier, you just being near any undead that have weapons, i.e. most of Act 2, you're giving them 5 more flat damage against you. And remember, you don't have AoE. You're a paladin. Wait till Act 3 to break Oath. Good luck routing that. It's near impossible to not break your oath. Near impossible. When playing well. When playing optimally. Maximum XP, maximum player power, etc., etc. Pure Paladins are off now mixing with Swords Bard. That's the thing. You're slapping 2 levels on a Bard. You're taking a very good class and doing a 2-level dip into another class. Like, if I went 10 Wizard, 2 Fighter, is that a Fighter build? No. That's a Wizard who wants Action Surge. Same thing with Bard. It's a Bard who wants Divine Smite. And since Bard is a full spellcaster, you get all that spell progression, and that's how you eliminate the otherwise horrible resource consumption of Divine Smite. Just get frustrated, people talk 10 Bard, 2 Paladin like a Paladin class, and it's just not. Yeah, you could just Action Surge, like Priz said there. Remember, Action Surge in Honor mode still gets your extra attack, so that's 2 Slashing Flourishes. That's more damage than you would get out of smites, unless you somehow, if you're running like Duelist Prerogative for an extra reaction, and you're react smiting twice. And that's a great combo. Yeah, you're right. It is a good combo. There's some Quagrants. I have Emperor's Good, Paladin. I'm thinking branding, Battlemaster, making a bingo card. But yeah, so outside of that, Paladin, in terms of its utility casting, it gets a couple notable things, but because Paladin's a half caster, along with Ranger, your really nice spells tend to come a bit too late. For example, you don't get Daylight as a Paladin until you've already cleared most of the game that would warrant daylight. You still have it for like Cazador. That's pretty cool, but you wouldn't have it for say Grimforge, most of the Shadow Curse lands. Contrast with Cleric, Bard, Druid, Sorcerer. They can all have it when it's relevant. In terms of your other spells, Channel Oath, that's another resource you have to manage. Lay on Hands, that's another resource you have to manage, and usually worse than just throwing a potion. You have good saving throws, but so do a bunch of other classes. You don't really have offensive spells that aren't smites that take an action and a bonus action. Smites are good single target damage, but then we're still having to confront the ugly reality that smites are also inconsistent damage, even when they hit, because the damage range on a smite is massive, especially when compared to something like, say, the other main single target specialist that gets online early, Monk, gets extremely consistent damage due to Tavern Brawler giving accuracy and a good damage floor, and also Flurry of Blows being a bunch of small but consistent numbers. Yeah, Savage Attacker is a great way to solve your smite range, but that's costing a feat, and Paladin isn't Fighter. Paladin doesn't get that extra feat at 6. Fighter, at level 6, could be running around with Alert, Savage Attacker, and then by level 8, they also have Great Weapon Master or Sharpshooter, and then they're good. They're consistent. They've got good damage. Paladin can't do that. You have to compromise. In every area of the game, you have to compromise to get to a level where you are slightly worse at what another class can do. It's an overrated class. That does not mean it's not viable, though. You can clear the game with all subclasses, solo, honor mode, restriction runs, all of it. It's all doable. This game gives you a lot of tools, but it's important to know that the majority of opinion of things like Battlemaster and Paladin comes from two places. Tabletop players who are not acknowledging that the video game has differences and things that cause you to play and build and optimize differently, and people who got debated by YouTube shorts and Reddit posts. That's it. Sorry for the rant. Your Paladin's definitely not great. The lack of spell slots AoE is just crazy, hindering a solo. People arguing it's good. People were ranking Paladin above other martial classes, and even as a 2-level dip, you know, it's competing with Fighter, which is usually better. And as a pure class, it's a worse single target specialist than Monk. It's a worse single target specialist than the 6-4-2 split, or the 6-3-3 split with Barbarian, Fighter, Rogue.
They look like scribes, despite the weapons. No wonder they're dead.
Pure class Fighter also outdoes it in single target and AoE, provided you're willing to use resources which are more plentiful than Divine Smite. Sounds like I need to build the rest of the team to support the Paladin. That's exactly the answer, Red Rub. I'm glad you brought that up. That's a really good point to make. Another layer is the resource consumption is less of a big deal if you only ever need your Paladin to be one of your 4, you know, who goes for the biggest enemy in the fight and gets them out of the way in one turn. They can do that. Now, they don't do that better than Monk, still, but they can do that. And sustainably, if they don't have to click Smite on every single enemy, and if they don't need to worry about AoE if someone else in the party is taking care of that. Plus, auras buff teammates. That's nice. So, good job bringing that up, and that is important. A lot of my perspective on class balance is as a solo player, so things like that sometimes do slip my mind. Specific scenario where Paladin shines to me is Act 3 boss rush, long rest for big bosses, Globe of Invuln with aura protection. It's good for first honor run. I think Paladin's best use case in the entire game is Answer. Because Answer, it applies a bit to Merkle as well now too, because Paladin having good saves there. You could have Heroism. Answer and Merkle are great examples of where Paladin's very good, because you are trying to do big individual numbers And it happens that radiant damage is also good into both of those enemies. The damage reduction on those particular fights does cause Monk to have a little more trouble. It's not like they can't do it, but it does cause Monk to have a little more trouble.
Let's see what we have here. What could a book contain that requires it to be bound with chi? Is this iron?
I go on Reddit or YouTube, everyone puts Paladin above Fighter and Monk. I also see people calling Ranger bad, and I guarantee anyone who calls Ranger bad in this game has not played Ranger in this game. There is a 0% chance they have. Even Hunter, which is the worst Ranger subclass until level 11, is a good class. It's just worse than Gloomstalker, but... Like Pure Ranger? Pure Ranger, yes. Hunter, you only really go Pure Ranger, but Ranger is a good class. It's very dippable as well, but it's a really, really good class. And I think the tabletop sentiment thing comes back too, because there's a stereotype that Ranger in tabletop is bad, which I'm told that's not even true either, post Asha's update. Any tabletop players confirm that. But that's what people say. Gloomstalker's probably one of the best subclasses in the game IMO. I think, like, I hate calling things best, right? I truly do. Best is subjective, situational, and, yeah. But, you know, threat of violence, I'm saying Swordsbard followed by Gloomstalker. Nothing else has a claim. Seems cheating to put in Swordsbard because it's so overtuned. Yeah. You're not wrong. It absolutely is incredibly overtuned. I want to stream to Melee Gloom run. Be fun. A cat. That's cat.
Who's this supposed to be? Statue looks ancient.
Get back, we clip through a wall or something, just mess with enemy pathing. We're locking in the skeletons. So they, so I can 1v1 all of them. Items like this obscure vision to prevent aggro. Not reliably, you know. Hear me out, Storm Sorcerer is the best. Piss me off because they use Tempestuous Flight to get away from enemies that have become the ranged enemy's target. One question, changing subject. How does Arcane Ward Wizard deal with ranged enemies? Wizard spells? You can still, like, cast spells even while you're running around doing the tank thing. You get standard wizard spell access, cantrips, all that. Oh, good old magic missile. But if you're doing focus on a particular element, like if you're making enemies wet for the old vulnerability, That also opens up doing lightning spells, cold spells, taking advantage of that. You got your Ice Storm, your Lightning Bolt. You have Chromatic Orb, which can be whatever element you want it to be, and is an attack roll, so you can force crits with Luck of the Far Realms. Same with Witch Bolt. And they gotta have reliable damage. Wizard has incredible damage. It's just, you're battling the action economy until you get access to efficient speed pots, Potion of Bloodlust. But a really big thing about Wizard in Honor Mode is, because of Honor Mode balance, extra attack not being applied to Haste and Bloodlust, casters aren't brought down. Like, their AoE ceiling is not brought down by that at all. So, the value of them AoEing is even stronger proportionally. Gloves with missile protection of any player there. I never buy them. They're not really worth the money to me. Possibly, but it's uncharted territory.
No mercy.
I can never cast Haste, right? Not sure which spells require concentration. Haste does require concentration, and in the context of a solo, I never do it, because even if it's very unlikely for your concentration to break, if you hit that 1 or 2% and you lose your concentration, that could be a run under. I usually opt for the potions because you don't have to concentrate on those. You just plan around the 3 turns rather than the 10. Lethargic, pretty devastating, fun planned end. Yeah. Another Paladin L smites break concentration. Yeah, the non-divine smite ones. Yeah. Those flavored smites are, like, very thematically interesting, but they're just kind of bad. Unless you get them for free as a Zariel Tiefling, which smites without having to be a Paladin. It's kind of a pretty damning indictment of Paladin's value as a class if the safest way to use one of their class features is to not be the class at all. Fire Shield doesn't require concentration. Yeah, no, you just turn it on. You can use Infernal Robe or Zarel's Shields to pop that Fire Shield and then just unequip it. That plus scrolls plus casting the spell. New patch changed much in terms of routing. Sorry, this is answered. Yeah, Rando, it's changed a lot. Karnus is now a real threat, so considering how you're getting the Moon Lantern from Karnus and if you're fighting him or not, it is something to keep in mind. Dror Ragzlin is much more threatening now. I like being level 5 before fighting him. I don't want to chance it. And they changed the final boss so that the surprise round strat no longer works. Also, Ketheric and Merkel and all Necromites in Act 2 got buffed. So difficulty went up in several areas of the game, in all 3 acts.
Perfectly hidden. Onward.
You don't want to concentrate on the Arcane Wizard, then depends on the situation. Sometimes you might want Expeditious Retreat for the dashing to be able to provoke more opportunity attacks in a turn. Sometimes you might want Firewall to do some damage in an area where you're not running around. There's lots of stuff. You'll kill Necromites without aggro and Ketheric? Yes. But they have Armor of Agathys now, so you never want to punch them. And they also have more HP, so you don't have a high Call the Weak threshold, it can be harder to one-shot them if you're not doing bludgeoning damage.
Trying to frighten me with cheap tricks. Darkness is my element.
Addoheart. Get it? Like Chad? You haven't done any what I think is heavy spellcasters yet. Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, right? Correct. 4 classes I've done are Ranger, Cleric, Druid, Monk. On the gut thing, if you disguise self being elf race, you still resist the sleep. I'm pretty sure you do. How was Ranger? Ranger was great. Ranger is a great class. Very versatile. Ranger is my personal favorite class. Specifically, Gloomstalker is my personal favorite class in the game. Forgot to short rest. Oh, this is fine, actually. I don't have action surge, but that's okay. We divvied them up. What I'll do here is get my weapon. Tried Beastmaster and Hunter up to level 8. Beastmaster felt very underwhelming. Hunter seemed convenient. Hunter is strictly worse than Gloomstalker until level 11, at which point it gets some crazy AoEs. Gloomstalker is the play. Honestly, it's better than Beastmaster until high levels too, because the pet's not going to do much more than be aggro, with a couple exceptions. You can get a reliable disarm from the Beastmaster pet. That's something that should be explored. What's the worst class, you think? All classes have value, situationally, objectively, but if we had to quantify a worst, probably Archfey Warlock. Just because Archfey Warlock is like great old one, but bad. Heard Gloomstalker was trying to do the rogue thing. I don't know what that even means. There's 3 classes that get bonus action hide. Rogue, Shadow Monk, Gloomstalker, but Gloomstalker also gets Superior Dark Vision for free, gets +3 initiative and an extra attack every combat at level 3. Gets Ranger spell list, which is great. Is a Martial. You can get heavy armor proficiency and an extra resistance at level 1. Any Ranger slander is people who have never bothered to play the class. That's a guarantee. Classes have you finished? I've done the Wisdom classes. So, Ranger, Druid, Cleric, Monk. AC means nothing. I even want to risk an attack roll on you. I have a throwable that does, like, okay. I'll actually Void Bulb you. I picked up the ones on the Nautiloid. Normally don't, but... Guaranteed damage. What do you recommend for a Ranger run? Gloomstalker is great. I'd recommend Gloomstalker. It's one of the classes that gets a huge power spike at level 3. Starting at level 3, you just have really good action economy control and do a lot of damage. Those on the Nautiloid, I did.
Let's do this.
Out for today. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Great stream. Good luck on the run. Thank you, Windwalker. You're definitely gone by now. I ADHD, but I appreciate it. I always appreciate the discourse. Pleasure having you around. Do I have a light hammer? No. Where's first light hammer available? Is that Blighted Village?
Heading there.
Torches do bludgeoning damage. I could be swinging a torch, yeah. I always forget that. You're so right, Sora. I should be using a torch. Had any deaths in your runs yet? You one-shot it so far every time. Ranger, I was blind to legendary action, so that was on the second attempt. The reset was to Apostle of Merkel. It was a close one, but I lost the War of Attrition there because I didn't know what I was getting into. Druid was second attempt. I had one reset on the Nautiloid to really curse the RNG. You don't count the tutorial, that was a one-shot. Cleric and Monk were both on third attempt. Monk had really cursed 2 resets on the first day, but then we were fine. And Cleric was 2 instances of me underestimating an enemy that I should have known better on. So, Ranger death was lack of knowledge, Cleric deaths were skill issue, Monk deaths were game being cursed. I found Druid as solo. It was really good. Spore Druid, in particular, has a lot of unique tools. You get a huge amount of summons. Halo Spore is really useful. Symbiotic Entity is, like, really good tank and damage output increase. Spore Druid felt really good. I would highly recommend if you're looking to do a Druid run, check out Spores. I guess. How you doing? I think the hardest fight is last fight of the game. You think it's somewhere in Act 1, 2. I think the hardest fight in the game is a toss-up between Apostle of Merkel, Ascended Cazador, and Karnus, depending on your setup. Karnus himself is like, the circumstances of the fight are highly controllable and you can trivialize it, but in terms of features at like point in the game, Karnus is a demon. They buffed him so much. Trying to take Karnus in a straight fight at a point where you would likely run into him for the first time is like most solo runs would not survive. Unlock book? No. I'm leaving it there for in case I need to get an inspiration. I'm kind of banking it. Ascended Cazador is an honor thing. You get some benefit for letting him complete the ritual. Oh no, he just turns into a nightmarishly difficult enemy if you let him complete the ritual. I'm just saying, if for some reason he is able to ascend in your gameplay, that version of him. The other version, he's hard, but like some classes do trivialize him.
Now, wilt thou? So, I ask again, what we
Daylight gang, Daylight smile. Yeah, Daylight. I don't know, over the weekend. Let's go. Any plans? Never really used the dip action. My buddy said you could break poison on the ground, dip your whole party's weapons in it. Didn't work for me. That got patched. You used to be able to create poison puddles by throwing certain poisons that would last until long rest, and then the dip from them would last until long rest, but that got patched in either patch 4 or 5. I'll just get the whole weekend, that's the plan. Let's go.
Might as well take a look.
I heard this game's pretty good. I haven't played it much yet, though. I do want Watcher's Guide. This always makes me nervous, because, I want to be in turn-based when doing this. Do I even have Trap Disarm? Okay. I have died to this before. In practice. You to go, time to weekend, spread love. Have a good one, Foster. Thanks for stopping in.
Worth a shot?
And about 450 hours to see him, I might buy it. Let's see. 1306. That's my hours currently. So now we turn into a drow. We start unlocking stuff on the other half of the map. We're really at the point where I gotta figure out how the fuck I'm dealing with Gut. Like, considering all those misses on that one person in the ruins, I really don't want to try to action surge and then swing shit until she dies. That seems like a great way to just die. Smoke powder bomb strat, what level you try Gut at? Well, here's the thing, Viper. I'm not used to doing this anymore because I've been playing races that just don't have to fight her. But because I'm immune to magical sleep, as a half-elf, I do have to fight her straight up. So, yeah, I could try to get level 5, but, like, I prefer using Guts Room to access the Underdark. So, realistically, maybe I could do it at level 4? Also got cheese on other classes. If you allow her to put you to sleep with the sleep potion that she offers you, you just drink it, and then you choose not to try to resist. Don't break out of your chains. Gorilla will show up and kill Gut and her bodyguard for you. No checks. Nothing. You still get the XP, you still get the loot.
Might as well.
An alternative strat. I don't know who that is, Sculptal, but what's the strat?
Apologies. Move it.
Open to suggestions. And grab the fast travel. Everyone hostile at that point after Gut dies. If you kill her without her calling for help, no. But the thing is, on her first turn, she will try to call for help. And if that happens, everyone's hostile. We'll respect a pure
I shall
fighter
be
now.
here in thy camp. Be assured, should thou or any of thy a matter as thou
Your smoke powder barrels, the sanctum, get the brand follow. Good. Barrels, that's... yeah. We've discussed barrels. I don't like using barrels to solve problems. My exception is if barrels are, like, in the room with someone, then yes, I'm willing to use them. Considering they're one door over, that's an option. We discussed that. It's not really advanced tech, though. I'd prefer something else, but failing that, I can try it. Or, not try. It would succeed. What we need to decide now is if I want dueling or archery. Archery massively improves my experience with shooting bows. I don't have a second-hand crossbow yet, but I could go get one. Dueling helps when I'm using weapon and shield. Also, these fucking stats. Hang on. We want Riz. I'll probably buy Returning Pike on this run. Not having perception is a little... Athletics intimidation makes sense. I'm thinking. I go Eldritch Knight, bind a weapon now. I think Eldritch Knight immediately makes the most sense. Athletics just for shove. It's also to resist being shoved and for a few checks throughout the game. This protection's also... not protection, defense, rather. Grow up in fighting is great, don't get me wrong. I don't want it to seem like I'm just counting that one out, but, I won't always be doing that. Let's go with dueling. It's the safest.
Quiet as a mouse. In and out like a ghost.
Not that one. Because I have low int stuff and things, but enhance leap. So chromatic orb for scrying eyes, shields. This is some good shit. Some good shit. I get friends. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good for a while. Want Mage Hand or Ray of Frost? Bone Chill. Mage Hand for now. I know, I didn't take Magic Missile. That probably seems crazy. Yeah, Shield, Enhanced Leap. We might be Eldritch Knight more of the run that I originally intended, because I somehow forgot about Enhanced Leap.
is life but a waking death, or doth it serve some other purpose?
Only 2 spell slots, but that's okay.
No time to waste. I'm ready.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get real acquainted with our guidance amulets. Gale hungry yet? No. Steal Lae'zel's shoes. More athletics. No, Longstrider's also mega cringe. Spoiled by Druid having both Enhanced Sleeve and Longstrider. Yeah, I always miss Longstrider. Turn back to a Drow. Whip Haste Helm. And we're good for a bit. Good to go get Yankee half plate instead of 19 AC. Disadvantage on stealth checks though. I don't know if there's stuff I'm gonna go for surprise runs on soon. Find out. I want to deal with that group yet. I am gonna want very heavy Great Axe, but might have to compromise and get that later.
Keep low and quiet.
Legendary Helmet Act 1. From the Deluxe Edition, you get Mask of the Shapeshifter. You get a bunch of DOS 2 reference items from the Deluxe Edition, and that one lets you disguise self. Two-hander would have killed him, but oh well.
Got to keep moving.
By action search.
Time to pack it in for the day, I think.
Yeah, just having Minor Illusion permanently is real nice.
Worth grabbing.
Something I'm gonna try to do, weapon-wise, is we're gonna try to keep different weapons for different situations. So, like, keeping a battle axe around because it has cleave is nice. And obviously we want to cover different vulnerabilities, like slashing, bludgeoning, piercing, all that. We want our throwables. Things with tenacity are good for when I'm not confident in my hit rate. Getting a flail as soon as possible will be nice, because that's bludgeoning tenacity. I can also use great clubs for that too. But those are nice for clearing out the skeletons in the apothecary's cellar here. Yeah, this is the light hammer I was talking about earlier. Bludgeoning throwable.
What do we have here?
From that. In the Githyanki crash, had Lae'zel in the chair. Now I do not trust the Dream Visitor at all. Be like that. Not a fan of tenacity myself since it eats your reaction. Yeah, I only use it in specific situations. Those skeletons I mentioned, Raphael Cheese if I'm opting for that.
Now what might you be hiding?
I don't use it terribly often though. Especially later on once I have like Psionic Backlash, Dominance, Shield.
Trap.
shame there's no use for Infernal Iron in this game other than making Helldusk armor and vendor trash, right? It'd be cool if they added some sort of other way. But clearly there's not, and there's no one that needs that for, like, body parts or anything.
Something's here. Almost missed it.
Numbered again. Like XP emo may be a good one. Ooh, that's true. Considering what I do for XP. Is it just like drenched in blood or something? Trying to guilt me for my methods. Actually annoying and has no use in Act 3. Yeah, that is actually annoying. How good is Necromancy of Thay? It's good. +1 on your wisdom saving throws if you successfully read it. Or whether you successfully read it or not. But the ability to use Speak with Dead if you successfully read it, and then you get a couple other things in Act 3 if you do some stuff with it there too. Nice stuff.
It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
Not have that antidote. It's XP and green letters crushing a body.
Garbage.
I've been playing this run so far. Smells mommy gone already. She's not gone yet. Relatively soon, though. I need Underdark access before I consider it. I love her, you can't do this to me. She's my favorite character. But what's optimal for the run is not in her best interest. It isn't even just one benefit, it's 3. Just, unfortunately just makes the most sense. Ooh, water. Benefits you get other than the robes. You get Anders to hand you his sword, and you could just fight him when he's barehanded. Substantially easier version of that fight. And also you free up Infernal Iron. You don't have to be constantly guilted by not giving Karlach her upgrades, and you can just use the earliest accessible Infernal Iron to get the Helldusk armor pieces in Act 2 sooner. Yourself here is gonna live until Act 2, yeah.
Did I play this once? Long ago?
Challenge run, no killing companions, no making companions worse people. That's a tough one. Alright, stick of balance, yeah.
A war drum. One of those.
Other class you've done solo runs with? I've completed, in order, Ranger, Cleric, Druid, and Monk.
Probably getting curled at their cranks.
Why am I running? I have enhanced leap. What am I, stupid?
The voice, your vision cloud, then the vision. My power.
Go stick a balance on my fighter too. It's
Sounds like they've captured
aggressively
themselves a
balanced.
Welcome, your greatness. I've got some good stuff if you're looking to buy.
Gloves of archery, we like. Extra jump distance, we also like. Cheap. Returning pike, can't quite afford yet. Since I'm an Eldritch Knight, it's not that necessary. Though it is a heavier weapon. I'd rather have spears than bind those, though, because then I can keep using a shield. By those. I forgot to grab the druid level and talk to Aaron, but that can wait a minute. I left 2 hours ago, you said you were stopping. Listen. I got nothing, Charizard. I got nothing. We started the fighter run. Sorry.
Idiot!
Let's not have a Crusher incident on this playthrough. It'd be nice to avoid a Crusher incident.
Statue of Seluna. This ruin must have been dedicated to her.
Chill run.
I suppose
This
follow
place
stream of
clearly
lies.
fell to ruins long before goblins infested it. Or perhaps you cannot ignore number one. Your own mother superior revived the tradition. Whether
Your monologues.
as the symbol glows,
Guessing you're up. Shit.
Drow option.
Oh, come on now. They're just having a bit of fun.
Dismiss our disguise. We have got Brandus.
More Seluna idolatry. No sign of her followers. That smells like.
Oh, I get an inspiration from doing the Abdurak thing.
Needs to touch you too. You ready?
as the vision dissolves away.
So maybe I could help with.
Oi! Priestess! We want a mark.
So I haven't used my mark yet. Meaning we go back to Blighted Village. You mostly ignoring companions on these runs. I recruit them. I bring them in for dialogue every once in a while. My personal rule is not to have them in combat, or basically I don't have any party members in combat. So even if they're concentrating on buffs on me, I don't want that. I don't want that. It's common knowledge you can do that with like Warding Bond and Magic Weapon and stuff. I don't do that either. They just kind of sit in camp. I set up one as an alchemist. I sometimes bring them out for inspiration or specific beneficial dialogues. But mostly they're just there for the story.
What do you want?
As the symbol glows, power, the goblins
Oh, yeah.
slink backward.
I can just use the brand. Right, I don't need Mark for that. I can use Mark to...
Something to eat.
I could go for really early Flynn. That's bold. Especially because I don't really have great initiative. I do have shield. Huh. I could do really early Flint. Yeah, I should actually help Barkus, huh? Whoops. Maybe I want more inspiration before dealing with Flint. Maybe. I could do Abdurak. Getting that buff doesn't actually matter much. I'd never really take advantage. I never want to be that low on HP. But it's an inspiration if I succeed, and that is also XP. Yeah, there's alchemist fires up here, always. Worth grabbing. Went into Act 2 with Barkus still in the windmill the other day. High enough.
Let's do this.
What are you waiting for?
Calm down, Barkus. I think this is Avatar Shadow Heart dialogue over here.
Yeah. They must. The wound on your hand threatens to flare again. You find.
Yeah, it's just the LDR Char being shitty. Really no nuance beyond that.
Cut me loose! Well, get on with it. You saved me. Nothing. Take my... On that note...
Since that's one less merchant after Shadowheart does the thing. Yeah, basically the route I usually end up taking through the game. I don't have any vendors left in Act 2, depending on whether or not I murder hoboed the one tending to Arabella's parents.
A book with a twist. Squeeze a silk blanket in there and you'd have all the makings of a pleasant evening.
Shadowheart loves her booze. Guess books too. Well, this is tricky. I have enhanced sleep, so I don't need to be super scared, and minor illusion helps too. I don't have the best strength. I'll find a different weapon actually. I'm gonna equip you, because you have a bonus action attack. Too. Fine with that. Guess. Okay, we bind this. Equip this.
Unseen.
So I can throw to switch weapons, basically.
Calm and quiet, that's the way. Need to tread softly.
like the present. This way. Have to keep low. I see a way. Unseen as I was taught.
I don't know if you'll heal.
On I go then. Mustn't let anyone see. Let's step softly.
We take these out in piecemeal.
Better get to it. Calm and quiet, that's the way.
That smoke powder bomb would have been incredible here. Rise around, you know, I'll use it. I'm being very free with my speed pots here, but I think it's correct.
It shall be done.
He said. Oh, you're supposed to die.
Got to press on.
Yeah, this goes. I just got by the game. What happened? Say I haven't come to murder you, I just want to talk. That exact dialogue option pops up. Common BG3W. I was curious. Dash. You jump across during this turn? You're not jumping. Finish monk? I did. We started fighter.
Feel my mistress's wrath.
3 damage, incredible. I'll jump across. I need to equip those lightning charge boots. Especially while I have this expeditious retreat on. So maybe I do that now. Void bulb on the near side of the bridge dropped on the gap. Maybe, but I want the ears. I guess that's pathable ground. But I'd still just rather do this way. Yay, weekend. Yeah. I wasted no time. We finished the monk run like pretty early into the stream. I normally do like 6 to 10 hours, and it was like 3 hours in, so I just figured, fuck it, we'll get a decent chunk in here. Riju? Okay, you are capable. You just weren't for a while. Weird. Shield. Actually, no, I can't shield. I should save a spell slot for that. Right. This should kill because of lightning charges. Kill that one at least. Yeah, it's just kind of dangling. You missed me. It's easy. Well, I'll true strike for the next one. Please miss me again? Unfortunate. I kept my concentration though. I have good hit rate, because plus Bless and lightning charges and true strike. And I... Why did I open my mouth? Sorry. Sorry. I said I'm sorry. Jesus. First, math was on your side. Missed with a 99%. Like, you can't make it up. XCOM. Yep. Sometimes it just do be like that. Grab the ring from down here.
A harper and a druid, judging by the heraldry, died together.
I should have had Gale in my party for that. Would have been an inspiration. Oh well. I can't move that rock because I failed that perception check. It's unfortunate. Low wisdom moment. Oh, I'm gonna be back to failing all perception checks. We did 4 playthroughs of being wisdom classes, and now
What do we have
wisdom is back to dump stat. Feels fucking bad. Did I walk past it? No.
Quiet as a mouse. Worth a rummage? I'll go this way.
I'm using jump distance. Oh, I shouldn't have popped that guidance. I broke my concentration in expeditious retreat. Damn it. I wasn't smart. Well, it was nice having lightning charges for a minute. I'm thinking, what do I take Floric? Like, Spell Sparkler Magic Missile is always going to be a good play, right? But what if I take the weapon for lightning charge access? No, that would get phased out even sooner. The bow would be good, but Titan String's fairly soon. No, it's always Spell Sparkler. How fast did I talk myself into that? You need to be branded for the Bane Gloves? No. And unless they've fixed it, you don't actually need to be branded for any of the items. I know they say they do. Yeah, the gloves don't mention brand. But you can also just get branded for free. You can even... There's another goblin in the room where Gut can brand you, who will just brand all your other party members too. So you just do it anyway, but...
None shall see me. Better tread carefully. Worth grabbing.
The only downside I can think of having the brand is the guy in the goblin in the cage will not talk to you before you free him if you're branded, but like you could still just free him and get the 15 XP. Oh, no real downsides. The one time I took the bow, I regretted immediately, no weapon enchantment. Oh, right. Yeah, it's always Spell Sparkler, isn't it?
Have to keep pushing.
Sure, I'm not a drow for this. The guy first to get branded? No, you can still free the guy after getting branded, just you don't talk to him before freeing him. And, like, you still can, but have no reason to.
Shouting. Someone needs help.
I canceled that attack in case Floric ran into it. Ow. Build using the Trident for the War Magic bonus attack at 7, not super familiar with it. Yeah, I'm sure that build would benefit from any other weapon at that point. But it's interesting to see how people squeeze value out of otherwise low-value items. Spell Sparkle is just so much better than the other two. It took the Trident once thinking to get Lightning Charges on throwing, and nope. If you got the Lightning Charges on throwing, that'd be a game changer. But sadly, here we are. Since I have +3 dex, The same AC. Wear it for a bit. I'm using Spell Sparkler. It's very good. One of the better early game items. Out of the three you picked there, it's just correct. Pick that one.
Help! Anyone? I'm in here! Quick! Get me out!
Trying, man.
Quick! Get me out! Miri. No. You should have stayed.
If I just kept my... She said I'd never see her again.
Yeah, if you're a cleric of Shar here, you can offer a prayer, and it's not comforting. Soul Shooter is good for the 5 minutes you spend pondering if you're cool drinking Hill Giant pots for Titan String instead. Like, in theory, a bow applying lightning charges is really good. It's just, in practice, compare it to... Yeah, is that gonna trigger a crime response? In practice, compare it to... Titan String and Bow of the Banshee, which are available fairly early. Even then, Titan String better with like 12 strength. Yeah, it is. All my characters, I go with 16 strength, 17 for ones that take Tavern Brawler at 4. And Titan String is comfortably better at that point. Especially because there's reasonable other ways to get lightning charges, that's the word. Brain.exe. Every time you say Bow of the Banshee, or is repeated saying Banshee like Tina does in... I don't know. I could go for the book. Yeah, let's go back to the ruins with Gale in my party and go for the book. Got in, you start late, stream break earlier. Stream broke earlier. I just DC'd for like no reason.
Let's see.
I've been live for 7 hours and 1 minute. Send a strongly worded email to your ISP. Please, please. Look, Gale's hungry.
Let's see what's to be said.
Spare. You see, I have this condition. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, by that I mean, it's as luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need. A metaphorical demon? I haste the point. Sincerely, though, what's on your mind?
Will Starrin tell me about him being a vampire at this point? I've gotten to the Goblin Camp, so he might.
I'm sure all will be revealed in time. Yes.
Oh, okay. I guess I should assign levels to Gale, get him to 3. That's better proficiency bonus, right? We'll respec him shortly. Which proficiency bonus not 3? Doesn't matter. Is there a way of making him not get that kaboom thing by feeding him highest tier gear? Don't feed him the highest tier gear. There's a ton of shit magic items in Act 1 that are basically designed to just be fed to Gale. You only need to give him 3.
Better take that.
You don't ever need to give him anything good.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive log. As what was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list.
I still get the inspiration.
But of what longer?
I still do.
A long way from Waterdeep.
What am I to do?
Right, I mean, nothing to stop that branding rune from happening, preventing even triggering the cutscene. I mean, in theory, if you got to act, if you got to the mountain pass, bumped into Elminster, and had your conversation with him, then Elminster stops the clock on that, so you wouldn't have to give Gale items anymore at that point. But to get that to happen, you would have to either, you know, give up on the stuff that you get locked out of by going through that trigger early, or you'd have to do the entirety of content up through like level 5 without ever resting. Which you can do. It's also not even worth considering there's how many items you can just pick up for free to give Gale.
What's on your mind? I question. Oh,
Like, it's a non-issue at the end of the day. Do inspiration, get another one by doing the Abdurak thing. A latest Gale recruitable? I don't know the cutoff point. I know there is one. I don't know the cutoff at the moment. Sorry. Looking up Acolyte inspiration. Owlbear Cave. Learn about Maglubiet and safely free his priests. I freed the priest, but like learning about Maglubiet, I haven't done that. Pray with the Flaming Fist of Joaquin's Arrest. I think I need a cleric level for that. Complete Illustra's ritual to obtain Falar Alluve. Okay. You don't have many inspirations. Act 1, to be honest. Check other characters. I guess I could have had Will in the party for Joaquin's Rest. Could have had Will in the party for Barcus as well. And Arabella. Okay, I gotta be better about that, using Will for inspiration points. What else we got? I suppose using hirelings for their inspirations isn't the worst plan either. Like, that's the only way I'd get access to Urchin. So if I have Gale in the party ungrouped, I send him to fight the trio and blow him up alone with the trio. What do you mean blow him up? Nuts. Just use the necrotic damage aura? I mean, yeah, lots of people use Gale's corpse as a weapon. They just let him die and then, you know, put him places. But the thing is, that's impractical. It's risky because you deal damage by manipulating the corpse because you have to be in range. And, like, if you forget that you left him dead somewhere, then you get a game over after a couple of rests. But, like, he doesn't... The orb explosion isn't a usable thing in combat. It's a game over button. Larian putting that on your bar is just a shitpost. It's not... It's a game over button. You get a cutscene, and everyone's dead. I was playing my new run. Remember a thing that I could never understand by myself. How do you see Storm Sorcerer versus Draconic Lightning? Storm Sorcerer stonks have been going up in my brain lately. I haven't played either to have a clear picture, either enough, I should say, to have a clear picture of how they stack up versus each other, but both are good. Both are good. I would say Wild Magic is a clear meme, not meant to be optimal ever, but the other two are, like, pretty competitive. Anything good from Entertainer? I guess Inspiring Alfira. Telling Volo a story. Successfully perform on the drum. Entertainer gets one for performing with Bernard. Inspiration's gonna be real weird here. There's the Gale one from the book in Kaga's stash. I can get that. I think Gale is good for IMO is choosing your golden dice. Gale Origin's actually one of the stronger Origins. So is Gale World War 5 walking, talking nuke? Yeah, that's how he explains it to you too, but yes. Gale's got a couple other uses. Sage is an insane inspiration route if you're trying to grab inspiration points. Just find him to be insufferable. Hey, that's another way playing as him makes him more tolerable. You don't have to hear his voice. Also, you get to dictate his actions. Oh yeah, there's the Bugbear Assassin here too, but I don't have my resources, so not until after I rest. I guess in mid-game, in fact, Storm Sorcerer gets Call Lightning using the edge, at least mid-game. I mean, I wouldn't inherently call that an edge. Like, it can be very good. It's a very good spell. But keep in mind that at level 6 is where Draconic Bloodline gets their extra damage feature. So it's very comparable. It's what, level 5 versus level 6?
My job too. The druids don't care about us. No one does. We have to look after ourselves. That's what most...
Level 1, but updated the literal god of magic gives me a problem player flashback. If it helps, all the Origins mentioned that the Tadpole nerfed them. Like, Gale was the chosen of Mystra. He was not a level 1 wizard. He mentions that he was very powerful. Will mentions that he lost a lot of his abilities, too, as a result of the Tadpole. Karlach, by her own admission, wasn't anything super-duper special, but she was fighting in the Blood War for 10 years. So, like, she's not level 1. It's a bit convenient, but Also, Shadowheart has been a cleric of Shar for 40 years. So she's definitely not level 1 either. Astarion got buffed. Yeah, Astarion is the one who got buffed, which is interesting. Maybe Astarion just sucked.
Perfectly hidden.
Dark Urge wasn't level 1, that's for sure. That too. Yeah. Like, narratively, I think we have reason to believe that, Dirge and Gale would be competing for, like, Idol of Strongest pre-Tadpole. Will's probably next. What do you guys think?
I'd better do the talking.
Sorry, I get more, like, freed than buffed. Yes, but, like, he also isn't vulnerable to sunlight anymore. That's a pretty big buff. Sure, he's free of Cazador's control, but he also doesn't have to hide from the sun.
Make haste. I would have words with you.
Come on. Come on.
One with the weave. Might as well.
My faith will guide me. I'll see what I can learn.
I don't like this trope simply because
Go
personal
ahead.
bias, real life
I'm
experience.
listening.
Fair enough.
I question. Oh,
They urge for a scale second, probably either Will or Karlach
Let's try
next.
this way.
Will specifically mentions he could, like, he says something effective, call hell beasts. And that's like a pretty high level spell.
Might as well.
And Karlach mentions that, like, she wasn't even Zariel's best soldier. She's just, like, one of many. I think overall power, I would put Will over Karlach. Slayer form benefit from Tavern Brawler, like Trade said, half of it. Slayer form and Tavern Brawler and Wild Shapes have all had a inconsistent relationship over the history of this game. They got none of it, and then they got all of it, and then they got some of it. Currently, we're in the some of it stage.
And 13 more.
Awkward.
Son, I'm shooting arrows at this door.
So something only get half of the effect. This Tavern Brawler gives you damage and accuracy. You get the accuracy, but not the damage. Like Karlach, Lae'zel, Shard, Astarion are basically nobodies and have a story to tell. Gale, Will are known heroes. Right. Your shape's not get the damage and honor? Correct. Yeah, and non-magical damage. It's just a pretty big meme. I think I still haven't tested this, by the way, but I think the biggest use of Slayer form, if you were to get it, is Goomba stomping things wild shape style. But I have not, like, actually put that to the test. I don't know how heavy the Slayer actually is. It's large size by default, so enlarging should give you some good crush damage, but I've not tried it. Might also hate them because I don't want to waste a ring invocation on Dark Vision Act 2. Totally understandable, yeah. Having to... One of the most annoying things about my Gale run was having to purchase Dark Vision scrolls as often as I did. Already? Sir? It's been like 2 minutes. I don't have anything I want to give you right now. Did I grab the Alfira chest? I did. Not that one. Thought I... Oh.
Let's get this lock to yield.
Give him that.
My
Or a
condition's
druid,
worsening
it's gonna
again.
do wild shapes, maybe back
I
to the
need to
Nautiloid.
consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile.
I mean, druid can do a bunch of other things, and the biggest thing wild shapes can do before you get access to Moon Druid's Act 3 wild shapes is you can jump on things, and it does a lot of damage if you're enlarged. Finish your honor run with a bang every time. I've never finished honor run that way. I always do the fight. My first honor mode completion, I used a fireworks bag on the brain, but the other 3, I've done the fight straight up.
Thank. Somehow the second artifact hasn't had the. Thank.
The Myrmidon forms use weapons are actually good. They are.
I must keep going.
The cold one in particular is pretty good. I wouldn't say it's better than, like, a non-wild shape build. Disclaimer. But it's one of the more workable shapeshifts, for sure. I don't have Thaumaturgy anymore. Scary. Should get Ethel's staff for this, too. Fuck it, we ball. If I don't get this, I'll be annoyed, but it won't actually be a huge deal. No.
Mystery. Pain without forgive me, but please. My work can grant. Oh. Simply. Yes. This.
Hey, Brett, how are you?
will do nicely. The pain you suffer will.
Greater invisibility
cleanse
work and
you.
getting to the brain.
Do not fight it.
So as of patch 6, your invisibility is removed when you click on the stalk. You can still have the temporary mind flayer, whichever one you have. You can still have them maintain their greater invis, but you as the player are gonna have to get invisible again. So they, as of patch 6, I don't think it's possible to get the surprise round anymore. But you can still do some greater invis tech. I don't think that's worth, because if the concentration breaks, it's going to cause a prime response.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. That's it. Welcome the pain. Let it become part
Good.
of you.
Mind flayers can stun inside a globe, so that sucks too. Yeah, that's why I prefer the invisibility-based strats.
I am proud.
Because they won't try to Mind Blast there if they don't think Orpheus is there. Or Emps, or you, or Arlak, you know, whoever.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. What's it to ya?
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Good thing I chose that.
A ship.
Not doing Emperor Brain solo, fuck that. Yeah, I'm never doing that, ever. Hard pass.
I guarantee the
With a
story
party?
of the
Sure.
daring rescue
Solo?
of my person will live on for eons. We mustn't tarry, but
And I'll use the item from Volo for Gale's third. The invisibility countermeasures. Yeah, see invisibility, counterspell. It's much more toxic.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind
Ooh,
flayers,
fireball scroll.
cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
We might have to hold off on getting Volo's Eye for a bit, because I do want to accrue some good scrolls. Maybe purchase some of them.
The druid Halson had some kind of... As a matter of fact, that's quite impossible. Isn't it? Oh.
Sorcerer countermeasure made me want to pull my hair out. It just spams black hole constantly. Oh, so it's a Zarel moment. I still fear the day they decide they need to give Zarel a legendary action. Like, if they give Zarel alert, I'm already shitting my pants. If they give Zarel a legendary action too, I'm like, maybe I just, like, sneak past in the act finale. Just walk around Zarel and go to Ketheric, you know? Maybe I just don't want that smoke. Alright, now that we have 4 inspiration, we go get Scratch. What classes you've completed? I've done, in order, Ranger, Cleric, Druid, Monk, Mistmore. When I kill her before, that's what I'm talking about. If they give her alert, then killing her before there is awkward, because you don't get a surprise round, and she's got a bunch of annoying reactions. It'd be a case of trying to CC her with what you engage combat with, which, depending on class, would or wouldn't work. On some runs, I've done Drow Poison, but, you know, that's hitting an attack roll and also her not saving on the poison. Monks can just Stunning Strike, and it's fine. You could go for an outright one-shot with something like Amulet of Branding and then just a big ol' hit. But it would definitely be more annoying. Inspired me to try it. I'm starting with the Barb. Let's go! Oh, I'm looking forward to the Barb run. Let me know how you end up liking it. Barbarian's a really enjoyable class in this game. I particularly like Wildheart, especially Tiger Barb. Tiger Barb's so cool. You got me rambling. Good choice. Paralyze Amulet, that's a good strat.
No harm in a little conversation.
Keep moving, stranger. I told you to go.
Add wisdom. Okay, we're good.
You see a name etched.
You know, still, you should go. Of course he will. And then we'll return home. No.
Don't shout at
I
the
won't leave
corpse.
him.
Scratch will attack you.
If it comes...
Level 5 right now, actually, his entire barb's been pretty chill. Awesome. Tiger's Bloodlust is just one of my favorite abilities. It's so good. The whole game. Boomstalker hit Yurgir for 200 damage on one attack, Amulet of Branding, Arrow Slaying to avoid his crap. It's a fun strat. I like using Amulet of Branding on Yurgir, Phase Spider Matriarch, and Marcus. Those are the big places where I use it. On Zarel is also a good place. Depending on strat, might be worth on Merkle. Force the crit? Of course, yeah. I could go over to the Owlbear First, what I want to do is over here. I'm gonna park myself next to Aaron. Then we're gonna go back to camp, respec, take 1 druid level, talk to Aaron, respec again. Free 50 attitude with Aaron is pretty pog. And while we're there, I can also consider donating money to him to get him up to 100 attitude. Potentially worth it. Got the tadpole from Flint. Anything special I can do? There's a lot of tadpoles through the game, and you can spend them to get powers after you unlock the ability from certain long rest events. Tadpole powers are very strong, to the point where a lot of players restrict themselves from using them. I'm not one of those people. I will use them. They're great. Hate the stupid power so much, pops up on everything, and I activate just because I'm tired of ignoring that reaction. Yeah, sometimes I remember to turn it off in this tab, but often I don't.
Not this one, nor this one. For a mere pit as the...
Don't want dueling. I'm thinking. What do I take with level 4? It's between Alert, Sharpshooter, Great Weapon Master, and Alert seems the smart play. My damage will be questionable until level 5, but... I'm debating the value of defense versus dueling. I prefer dueling. Love that armor on Shadowheart. It looks good.
Might as well help myself. It pays to be light-fingered. Oh, it's too easy.
Or probably till you get initiative gear. Yeah, we probably buy Bow of Awareness as much as I want to hand crossbow the shit out of this. Silberger Greatsword is eventually an option. That's gonna be especially scary to get on Shart, though. With that wolf fear. Although I suppose the fear would proc when I go in the room. And then not again. Be okay. Alberta Vigilance probably safer. Expensive, though. I mean, with the Landharv discount, I guess it wouldn't be that bad.
Better start a conversation.
Almost sure that it can proc mid-fight.
But you'll need to be quick.
Scary.
Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Oh, 50 attitude. Looks of heroism, we want that. Invis scroll is tempting. I guess Spell Thief is pretty okay here too. Although it's not a +1 weapon, but it's magical enough for Gale. Weird. Cursed. Yeah, can't multi-select in vendor UI. Thank you, patch 6.
Sylvana.
Dost thou require...
Active Pure
No.
Fighter. Oh.
I...
He said no, I don't want money. Hang on. We need money first. Let's sell more stuff. No. That was so jarring.
Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Yes, I totally follow the first circle. I definitely didn't just join up for the discount. No, sir. Hey, Tony the Liger. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? You get up to? Battlemaster run? I don't know about that one, Chief. I do not consent to playing the worst fighter subclass.
Dost thou require a new as thou?
Yeah, thank you so much, Tony. Midmaster. Mid is being kind.
Have to keep low. Oh man. What's theirs shall be mine. Unnoticed. Good. A gentle
I would consider something like The Fiend mid. Like, overshadowed, but not without value.
I must keep going.
And then Battlemaster's like, you have two resource-intensive things you don't click on certain build archetypes at all. I think Tavern Brawler is even worth for Wild Shape Druid. Yes, you gotta take all the help you can get with that. There's not that many feats that would affect your output on Wild Shape Druid. Like, obviously Alert, you know, always good. Maybe like Warcaster for concentration if you're concentrating on something before Wild Shaping, but I guess Mage Slayer works. That's so situational. Tavern Brawler is at least going to give you the accuracy, and the accuracy is a big deal. It also gives you the option to use Tavern Brawler when you're not wild shaped, so you could punch and throw in your human form, or humanoid form. I like Friends Bone Chill here. Mage Hand's pretty useful long term though. Use monk abilities while wild shaped? No. In terms of like class things that bleed over into wild shape, you can rage or concentrate on a spell before wild shaping. You can action surge beforehand. You can pop the tadpole power, the psychic damage one. Those are all things that will persist. So late game, like, you know, Act 3, 10-2 Moon Druid Fighter is one of the better combos, because you can action surge and then get 6 attacks in that round. You can rage for wild shaping. You can. You don't get the damage, but you get the defenses. You can hold Resonance Stone to give things nearby Psychic Vuln, which is pretty good if you're using Psionic Overload, like Trade mentioned. I don't have my action surge back. I have my spells though. Freaking love you, man. So knowledgeable and helpful. I try to be. I'm just a turbo nerd and overthink shit, and surround myself with other people who are similarly nerdy and overthink shit. And I like talking about stuff. I like talking shop, you know, game mechanics. I couldn't tell you what day of the week it is, but theory crafting is my jam. Glad you enjoy it, Scott. And I want to stress that a lot of the stuff that I spout off is... Some of it's stuff that I've discovered, but a lot of it is stuff I've picked up from others. No game with a decent theory crafting scene is figured out by one person. If it is, then it's because that game either doesn't have a player base or is simple. You ever build to play? I really like Gloomstalker Archers. That's my comfort zone. I want to murder hobo these, I just am not quite sure how I want to do it. I think I do this.
Mustn't let anyone see. Better get to work. Have to keep low. No time to dally.
Do you think it's better, Gloomstalker or Swordsbard, or both? I think Swordsbard peaks higher than most other classes individually. Especially in the late game. And by most classes, I mean every class. Swordsbard's just kind of overtuned. In all honesty, you're a high-quality streamer. Not many people have the awareness to talk, even when their chat's not super active. Really helps regular lurkers like me. I like having a not super-duper active chat sometimes. It's less overwhelming. And yeah, just thinking out loud is, not everyone does it, and I just kind of word vomit. I'm glad filling the space is, something that works well for you.
Keep low and quiet. Seems simple enough.
How hard is Answer on Honor? Ever beat him on Tact? If you can beat him on Tactician, he's kind of just like the same. He's got one mildly annoying thing, but it's not one of the bigger upgrades in difficulty on Tact to Honor. Run a party, yeah, you'll be fine. Has the room-wide AoE ever been a problem for you? You know the kid in the grove with rings, name's Magic Ring, so I'm hoping Gale will eat it up since he mentions... I mean, the items have a cool tip. They'll tell you if Gale can absorb it or not.
This way. Need to press onward.
He'll see me. Now, if he's like Tact, I'm not worried. Yeah, you got nothing to worry about then. I think one thing threw me off at Act 3 is how everyone seems to really resist CC and Honor, which I think is a good change. It's definitely healthier game environment, I think. Anders is just not Anders. Andric is just not interested in my illusions, huh? Bro is not playing ball. Alright. Alright, man. Go this way.
On I go.
Hey, he's still surprised though. Somehow still got the surprise. And he failed investigation. Okay. Any gameplay reason for Shadowheart Fighter? Early protection from the lighter effects of the Shadow Curse. A cantrip to use throughout the whole game, and easy Mirror of Loss access if I decide to go for the Mirror of Loss.
Better get to it.
Please hit. Take that. % completion you do on any difficulty level. I mean, what do you mean 100% completion? Like, is there an achievement or something? Yes? No idea. I don't achievement hunt or know anything about it really. I love my hit rate here. 50%. Non-tavern brawler throwing be like. You get an achievement for tact and probably honor. Yeah, there's an achievement for tactician and honor. So if you're talking about just getting all achievements and not like a do everything in the game or something, then yeah, you need to do honor. I gave that guy a wider berth than I need to, but I'm gonna rest soon anyway, so resources aren't really a concern. We're gonna go in here and tell the owlbear not to eat us.
Owlbear trap.
Then we're gonna rest.
Its nest must be nearby.
I'm gonna leave the Saluna chest alone for now.
Oh, that stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Hello.
You feel...
I don't think that makes you dangerous. An easy meal.
I can use friends on this. Okay. Real question, why can't a bear dig?
Small, you can go.
Excellent question. Why does friends work on that? That's kind of silly, but okay. Common friends W. I think it should be in honor mode only, otherwise not count for achievements. There is an achievement for clearing honor for tactician. But maybe you sent that before we address that. Lae'zel, don't kill me.
The air is heavy. Moist your hands. Your minds intertwine. You sense a touch of uncertainty, a touch of disgust. So the great warrior Lae'zel.
Just in time. Yes. And I'm here to say, don't worry, you will not become a mind flayer. We haven't much there. I will keep it a fight. Wait.
Stretch. Don't talk to Volo yet. You want to tell me you're a vampire yet, Astari?
Given our shared affliction, now we can see what these. Now, was there anything else?
No.
Something.
Okay.
Something needs to be said.
J-Bridge, thank you for the tier 2 and the 43 months.
My apologies.
4-3.
An uncanny apparition. Another unique quality of our predicament, perhaps. Still, it might be wiser to keep an open mind on the matter. Our visitor's promises of aid might yet...
Getting close to level 4. Tavern Brawler for accuracy would be nice, but I do think alert's the most important thing.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
4-3, BL4 out next week confirmed.
So did that count as me using the mark? Hope it didn't.
This you can absorb.
Alright, there was something specific I wanted to do with tadpoles here. I'm struggling to remember what it is. Luck of the Far Realms, probably worth grabbing for gut purposes. I do want Call of the Week. Maybe that can wait. Shield of Thralls for defense is great. If I go Favorable Beginnings, Luck of the Far Realms, that makes gut easy, and then I could use Flind and Guts tadpoles to get Transfuse Health, Shield of Thralls. I think that's optimal. New playthrough? Yeah, we finished the monk earlier, and we started fighter. Need another hand crossbow. Dealing with gut as soon as possible is a big deal, because that'll get me easiest access to the Underdark. Otherwise, I'd have to go through the spider area and use a Featherfall scroll. That would put me in a not ideal position, because depending where the Minotaurs are, that could force me into a fight with them, and without alert, they could just, you know, jump on me and kill me. So we don't risk things. I could get Crusher's Ring. That would be pretty big, too. We pop that for now. Go get Crusher's Ring. Alika's dead. Didn't see that coming. She was nice. She's never nice to me. Also, I kill her for the XP because she's always dead anyway. Let's have a Crusher moment.
As the symbol glows, power courses through.
Go, or I'll wipe that nasty look right off your pretty face. Just piss off. You're not welcome here.
Does he still go off to piss forever if you use the mark here? Anyone know? Whatever with command drop is nice, huh? It's fine. Everburn Blade is already kind of past its expiration date. I'm only using it because I'm not being optimal about grabbing other things. Damn it, my mage hand's gone. You embarrass him and make him kiss your feet? Yeah, I'm just wondering about the other path. I've never used the mark here. Let's go for sleight of hand check. Too late for that. Me. Fuck it, we ball. I'll even burn prints here. Inspiration.
The goblins stare.
They're arrogant.
I would too, brother. It's fine.
He kissed!
You do lift it and have him kneel and make him kiss? Okay. I know for next time now. Once we get access to the Underdark, I'll be able to replenish another inspiration point. And then we'll have a few... There's a book in the Goblin Camp I can get. I can use the mark to get that now. I can have Gale read that. Get a point.
My faith will guide me. What's next?
I don't fancy tasting this thing. It looks right peeved.
I need another speaking potion. You sell any?
Looking to spend it?
Good. I need one of those so I can talk to the owlbear, but that can wait. Just in case there's some weird shit.
As I was taught.
Cool. Crusher's Ring, movement speed.
Onward.
No idea why he just lets you do that. His AI is just broken. Once he starts pissing, it's the only thing he cares about. Must be bugging the pissing animation? Yeah. Something about his AI just breaks. The only thing Crusher cares about is piss. Change his name to Pisser, am I right? Here, I'll stop saying piss now.
Let's get on with it.
We've all been there. Yeah. Yeah.
Here, help us out. Says here, be still. Well, I had a good chinwag with him, though. Interesting
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
It's one of those days, huh?
Oh,
Your
It's one of those days. Well, I get that inspiration point back, but completely neutral.
Come on, then. Don't leave me in suspense. Okay. Was there another matter you wish to discuss? With...
Quite ready for you.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Go ahead. I question... Oh.
Are you doing a short stream? Yeah, I don't know. How you doing today, Beaver? I don't have any copium. I don't have any valid excuses. I'm streaming a lot. Sorry. Not sorry. Do I want to get? I can't dip Everburn Blade anyway. Alright, we're gonna rip the gut band-aid off now, I think. Although, I should have alert first. I could go free Halcyon. No, I don't like that either. There's a guy I can push over here, but these goblin kids being there kind of gets in the way. I've used the mark, so that means no Flynn. There's the 3 goblins in the cave here with this guy. I think I can handle them. Could do some stuff in the grove. Bugbear Assassin. Ooh, Bugbear Assassin. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it'll be perfect. Classroom in the crash got fucking ruined. Shatter go burr. Let's go. What could go wrong? Yeah, I'll be smart this time. Not coping, I'll actually be smart.
What am I to do? I know what to do.
I guess I could chest trauma next turn. Low damage though. Why is that less damage? Half. Okay, let's see. Swing. You know what? Yeah. I don't like this guy. I don't have that much strength, so I don't think I can push him to a place where he'd take fall damage. So, Mod, I don't know if you're new to Twitch or anything, but one, it's generally considered rude to even bring up people's viewer accounts. Two, I don't look at mine. I don't give a fuck. Updates aren't needed. And Lightning Heart of the Storm going for that with everyone wet. Nice. Karlach ran into the middle, everyone went to her, so I cast Shatter on Karlach. She rolled the saves and they did not. Amazing. That could have been bad. Okay, lady, sure. I mean, I guess thank you for eating his reaction. Unironically, that's helpful. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but listen to the words I said. I don't really care about the context, just whether someone's doing well or not.
Your devil mistress
It's just
sent you to get
poor
her
etiquette
soul
to bring it up.
coin back. Too bad. I earned it. Fair and care to explain why you reek of the hells? And
Not mad or anything, just letting you know.
Something over there.
Wasn't too impressed by Heart of the Storm at first, coming around to it. Is it like lightning charges level of damage, or a bit more, a bit less? Is it separate instance as well? Oh, there's the animal speaking. Cool. More tap your sorcerer level rounded down. That's pretty good, actually. Separate instance. Okay, that's really good, actually. Lightning charge, callous glow. Force wet. Yeah, that's really good, huh? Yeah, we're on the same page. Their purpose for Herd of Soul Coin is just there for resource source for Karlach. Yeah, it's the tieflings in the Grove are also like their whole backstory is a reference to the tabletop module. There's 2 tabletop modules that are a prequel to this game. And that's a reference to one of them.
Got simple, like a...
Mother gone.
You got the cub.
Okay, we got what we needed. Ain't too dangerous. How you doing? Just living in fear of Priestess Gut beating me in initiative and calling the whole goblin camp on me. Other than that, I'm good. I need a little more XP. What else was I gonna do? I could go for that over there. Re-inspiration. I'd like to have Falar loot for that. But you know what? Fuck it, we ball. Noodle ball just get through. When you say solo, you mean by yourself, you mean just your character? No, just my character. My companions, my personal rule set for solo is I just don't have any companions in my party for combat. I can bring them for, like, conversations and stuff, but you're solo for combats. And no buffs that I would not otherwise be able to get to be a respecking. This is dicey, but this will get me the XP I need, if it works. If not, attempt 2 tomorrow. Did you answer? Of course. Happy to answer questions. And if I miss any, chat's got you. We got a helpful group of people around here. Can murder hobo her for the XP, but
A dragon.
well, actually,
Quite literally. A welcome rest.
did she just attack me? Curious.
Perfectly hidden.
Just do this.
That won't work.
Annoying.
Quiet as a
Welcome, rest.
It must be hard as hell. Depending on the class, it can be more or less difficult. I like the lack of having to manage that many characters. But also, the challenge is fun too. Goes on a YouTube video, I got crap where everyone is saying get good, Google it. Like, I don't want to see spoilers. Yeah, gaming culture, you know, when you ask mechanical questions, people are likely to just shit on you. It sucks, I hate it, I'm sorry you had that experience. Yeah, questions welcome here.
Our queen.
Facing that low.
The Winter Garden says that won't work, it's so weird. Yeah, if you do anything except tadpole powers that fails in combat, they just say that sometimes. It's very, very annoying. Alright. Pray for the dice here.
You are. Explain yourself, Vinisk.
Do Deception. You can cast Friends. I don't think an Eldritch Knight fighter can do solo run. That's literally what I'm doing right now. Earth.
You realize that the weapon Voss speaks of is...
My poor inspiration points. Pain. But hey, we got the level, at least, I guess. It's awesome what my character is. Nice. All classes are capable of completing Honor Solo in this game, with the right setup. It helps to think of this game as just a big puzzle. You just need to bring the right solution to the right problem. Yeah, I take magic here. Or done Eldritch, that's subclass where you gain some magic spells. Yeah, you get some spells. You get bound weapon. Nice stuff. You have to get one check. Yeah, my dice rolls have just been bad today. Seemed good for solo. Yeah, we'll be bouncing between Eldritch Knight and Champion depending on what my needs are at the moment. More likely to sit on Eldritch Knight for, like, the utility of shield and enhanced leap. Champion's gonna be optimal damage dealing for later in the game, especially once we no longer need enhanced leap. This guy for free.
Unseen. Perfect.
You saw me. Excellent. Go about your business.
Calm and quiet, that's the way. I'll go this way.
With Enhanced Leap, I could reasonably go grab the Kaga evidence for basically free. Just not having inspiration for that either is also scuffed. I missed out on a lot of will potential ones. I can get a Karlach one. Spider Nest. Also on the way to Boal. Need to rest again to get Luck of the Far Realms back. We could go for the skeletons underneath, but that's not really huge. I get all the Shara and Selûne inspiration. She's not a cleric. Yes, but there's some of the checks that she can't do when she doesn't have a cleric level. I put a Astarion in my party when I poison the booze, and that'll be a point.
Better get to it.
I'm nervous about this gut strat, considering how cursed the RNG's been thus far, but we're gonna full send it. Because I do need Underdark access, like, ASAP. I have to get through her bodyguard too, because no Corilla. And maybe try to just sneak past.
Time for a quick talk.
Hi, Gale.
Githyanki patrolling these wild. That is most gratifying to hear. May I? Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. She revealed her... I sought to cross her boundaries.
Jump into the barrel room, skip them both. So from inside the room where Gut is, jump up. And then over. What, Underdark access? You gotta buy me a drink first.
We come now to the... What if?
You introducing its teeth. It's
terrible. As long as I absorb in a levelless city this size. All of this. Now.
Look through a crack from Gut's room. And where does that land you? Does that land you in the Underdark? Like Selûnite Outpost? Who the fuck wants to talk to me? Just Volo. Lae'zel. Right before the puzzle? Oh, it's just a different room. Okay.
Your relationship is in good standing. Surely
the god that you would shine a pearl. If it was, you would do well not to squander it. A Githyanki's good. I have a confession. I was too hasty to judge you. I thought you witless, gutless, unimpressively bland.
Oh, to the right of the big guard? Okay, these are not actionable instructions. I'll take a look, but
Yes, all that is true. I am cold as the sea of night. But
I'll take a
you have
look.
stoked fires I didn't know I possessed. I swear.
is this a Featherfall jump strat, or is this a bypassing the room strat?
And more still, my yearning. When I come near, your odor alone is enough to good. I do you.
Bypass the room. Okay. Oh, Volo, I don't want to talk.
you don't sleep well, mate.
God damn it,
The
Astarion.
dim firelight. A strange sensation, course.
See you in the morning.
You watch him.
I almost misclicked.
Well, of course I can't summon. As for my other quirks,
Shadowheart sleep. Half elf sleep. He's a half elf. That makes me nervous. Half elf be able to drink Guts Potion? No. They get the best of both worlds, I suppose. Where's it? Fey Ancestry. Magic can't put you to sleep. Yeah, which half? Good question. So, can jump. Where? Are you talking about using the vent? In here? The tube thing? Are half-elves and gnomes, or not half-elves, halflings and gnomes small enough? Or do I need to be shrunk as well? Gnomes or halflings can fit? Cool.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
Yeah, you are.
What's that? No chance I'll fit through that.
Are we sure? Did we mean that hole? Ow.
Unnoticed. Good.
That one?
That's curious. What's that?
Okay, cool.
Better tread carefully.
That's useful.
I must keep going.
Thank you, guys.
Let's pop you open, shall we?
I feel like, who the fuck are you? DC 18. I mean, I have some of these, so fuck it, we get it. Get on the next one. The following one. I should just throw this off the cliff, but we're gonna get it now. The next one. Oh, down by the barrel. Okay, you know what? Fine, fuck you. I'll throw it off the cliff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Smash on Cut's face. I need to get Gale in the party here.
Something needs to be said.
Go ahead.
Fresh cleared out. Congrats. Make sure you loot. Gith are basically made of money. A little obscene.
Looks like these plates on the floor can be turned.
not the correct thing. That's what.
Quite the descent. Best get started.
All armor, great swords, crossbows too.
Take that.
Short swords, ropes, long swords, a lot. Gotta do a thing for Blood of Lathander, then I think I'm good for Act 2. Weird, 'cause I'm 30 hours in. Most people say it's 50 hours for Act 1. You do the Underdark as well?
How can I help? I question. Oh,
Underdark done, Adamantine Forge done. Nice, you're just efficient. Work. Read the book.
Better take a look.
30 hours sounds about right to me. Yeah, like, my first playthrough was like around about 110. I missed a lot of Act 1 content. It was 110 total for the whole game.
Attacking's the best defense. Quiet as a mouse. Onward. Let's see. Let's do this.
Really? Cool. We love that.
On my way.
Any super low value throwables? Not really. Alright. Please hit. Oh, Reckless Roar, yeah, I hit.
I'll give it a try.
Only Act 1 thing I've got left is buy the Parasite Potion off the Lithan Spore Camp. Honestly, not sure I want it. Completing that quest will unlock another vendor for you.
Might as well. Might as well take a look.
Gotta be super careful for these upcoming bits. It's broken wall though too.
I don't think I'll fit through
Where does
there.
that go? Oh, just there? How does that go? First time I've ever noticed that. You learn something new about this game every day. I could shapeshift, but yeah, just outside? Okay. Halfling life. I did one playthrough as a halfling.
Looks like a trap there.
And I didn't really make use of that mechanic. I should have. I did not. Perception. Holy shit. That never happens. Doesn't come up too much and super annoying when you're still too big. Yeah. Imagine me playing a class that can't jump. Oh yeah, I was forced to do that with Cleric. Rare Cleric L. Abilities Eldritch Knight used for magic intelligence. Cool. Luminous armor, which we like because it's a 15 AC armor that doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth checks. So I can sell the Githyanki half-plate now. Sorry, Viper. I know it looks good. A speed pot. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Won't out initiative us. Just set up a potion crafter. I want to have 3 speed pots. 1 for the ground, 1 for me to drink. Setting up a star in that way makes the most sense.
Yes. Watch your back. Step quick.
What's the level 4 split? Is it 2-2? 2-2?
Into the shadows.
Is it 2-1-1? Forget.
A very pinch of pocket. I shall be here in...
For crafting? Yeah. Three one. 3-1. Okay. It would also work in theory. Hey, Dark and GG, thank you so much for the Prime in the 2 months. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We continue to enjoy all the perks. Jack of all trades, cool.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Would it be too rogue? Be too rogue. Huh. Rather than bard, right? Well, we'll do this. I'll just free ball it. It'll be fine. Maybe. Yeah, it should be rogue. But low effort.
No time to die. What's next, I wonder?
Careful, I bite.
Of course. That's still enough for now. Defeated those at least.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Yes.
Bard gets it at 3. Yeah, the level 5 split 3 Bard, 2 Wizard. You get enhance ability, expertise. Yeah. But oh well, that's okay. Right, potion stacking. Alright, I'm terrified of this, but we are still gonna go kill... God. Can hold off on her bodyguard for a while. I suppose I should bring some chests, barricade the door, be a halfling so I can jump and escape into that room if I need to. Your plus initiative right now? I have alert.
I can keep going a little longer now.
Let's move the water barrels in front of the door and she picked them up. These chests. When these chests on the side of the door she shouldn't be able to access. Now, if this should end in a reset, I'll budge on barreling this. It's so scuffed. I'm probably just being dramatic. Close. In like what, 4 hours? Something like that. Sure, I'll drink that. Could be using Fellar Loop here, but let's be a small thing.
Wasn't letting them see.
Takes.
Got the surprise round, that's big. She can't take reactions right now. Of course.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Didn't want to have to use the potion, but it's worth it. Shadowheart goes big with the shouting. She does. No Barrelmancy allowed. I prefer to avoid it. I will use barrels if they're like in the same room as an enemy. There's barrels next door, right here. That would be one of the more reasonable cases. I prefer to use class features or consumables that are more resource intensive. Because eventually, you know, you get someone being like, oh, you only cleared it because Barrelmancy, and I don't even like entertaining that kind of stupid bullshit, so. I actually do need her corpse, too.
Onward. Ever onward. That helped. Unseen. Perfect.
Next Tadpole's Shield of Thralls. Pretty sketch? Yeah, I didn't like that. To your playthrough just asking? Yeah. Only Barrelmancy I go for without shame is the Inquisitor. That fight, I used to... How is your sight cone extending that way? I used to do Barrelmancy, but I'm a lot less afraid of it after doing other stuff. How do you see me? No, you're just weird. $97 HP. That's a lot. I don't really love that.
Let's see. Let's talk then.
You're vile.
And no suppress, of course. You're fucking with me.
Seems simple enough.
Taking advantage of the crush damage here just makes sense. Romance Moonrise, not for my well-being, but Jaheir is. Yeah, I usually murder them all ahead of time, but that's definitely a strat that works. Crazy that... Okay, this just isn't solid. Cool. You just not trust that wall. Jumping over there and kiting seems decent, actually.
Moving.
Ah, you have a lot more movement than I thought you did. Hi. Gonna be lethargic next turn. This is very, very risky. I'm hoping she can't get all the way here in 2 turns. She won't be able to attack me on the second one, at least. I miss Corilla. I talk so much shit about Corilla. She's a real one, though. Saves me having to do this. I don't have any more speed pots either. It's just 30 damage. How could that be? You're not a humanoid. Are you a monstrosity? No, you're giant. I could drop the smoke powder satchel there and then burning hands, but that probably leaves me in the blast radius. Honestly, though, what's the radius in this thing? So we're gonna find out, huh? Although the path she took to place that kind of complicates what I had planned here. Burn my spell slot. Please don't hit me too hard. Ow. Maybe I won't need to use that. She's got so much movement. I never realized. That up. Oh, she can totally see me from here. Oh, shit. Don't crit me. Holy fuck.
Help, please.
Ow. Basking Leviatar's love. Bonus to attack rolls. Playing with fire here. Ow. Stay there. Stay there. I almost drank the suspicious poison by accident. Alright, just need to survive one more turn. We're done with the raid boss, Palma. Ow. I did that once. Yeah, let me just send that to camp so I don't do that. That'd be a way to lose a run. Alright, she's gonna die from the burning, but like... That enemy has never given me that much trouble before. I kind of forgot how hard giants hit with their throws. I can come back for this, my latest run, till level 8. Yeah, I kind of forgot how hard giants hit with their throws. That was unpleasant. Okay, what I need to do now is go get Falar Louvre, and then line up the jump to Boulette. Or not to Boulette. That would be worst case. I want to not trigger the Boulette thing. I want to get to the Myconid colony. Because I would like to get Blurg and Dareth's attitudes up, get Psychic Spark from Blurg. Start working on my potion arsenal from Dareth. Chasm Creepers are Colossus elixirs, so we'll be able to craft a couple of those soon.
Something over there. Might find something useful.
Feel it with every breath.
Slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil.
We get it. Watch this.
You can't recall anything this esoteric.
We get it. Watch
Too many
this.
Rituals about swords to count.
It's cursed.
No matter how you grip.
I don't think I get the inspiration pulling it this way, but... Oh, I still do. Sick.
I wonder what the next move is.
Boulette, no Boulette, no Boulette, no Boulette, no Boulette.
Careful. Even the mush. What the hells? This place is ready to collapse.
That was stupid, by the way. That could have just killed me.
Then, the persistent.
If I had failed to save on that, I could have just run through all the explosives and died. That was stupid. I made a silly decision out of fear of the random, no warning Boulette. It's not random, I just need to know the exact pixels to not step on, but yeah.
It's curious to find a truly remarkable.
Are you looking to have it open your mind? But the lava, and even with but not to worry. The design. There may be a way, but Timusks, your sanity.
The Southwest, when I last saw, I offered her the chance to.
I have never seen. My species is evolving.
Perhaps, but at such an accelerated rate.
Do I have an antidote?
Damn it. Don't.
She'll need an antidote soon.
Why are you helping?
But
Cold garters. Oh.
Yeah, you get extra dialogue when you do nice things because Shar hates it.
Not I got away, but not the others.
Boots of speed are nice, but I will probably opt to just jump and sleep class. And maybe I do save Balin. I might want those gloves.
I sense your resolve. You do the circle as served.
Get some XP and some free haste spore grenades, and this unlocks Glut, who we're going to use to reanimate Gut to give us Shield of Faith every rest. Plus 2 AC. Make use of that until we want Zombie Boulette, and then to get rid of.
Into memory.
It shivers.
But I have heard the
I don't know if anyone will get mad at me dropping a corpse here, so let me just do it over here.
silence. I am breathing life.
Long way to go still.
21 AC. Nice.
Come.
Let's try this way.
It come.
I'd better do the talking. You see a fella on his own on your way in? Right. Never mind.
Okay, Drow Poison, Oil of Sharpness. Those are gonna go in there for a while. Invis Pots as well. Potions we will likely need. Smoke Powder Bombs, absolutely. This is feathers. All kinds of alchemy mats, really. Remember when we had an alchemy tab? Remember when we could multi-select in vendor UIs? Those were very good times. So were we in favor of Peldusk? Yeah. I might not use it the whole time, and either way, it's getting replaced for Ballast Armor in Act 3. But, yeah. I want to respec, so I'm level 1 again, so it only costs me 800 gold total to get Flurg and Dareth's attitudes up. I can make it 1,000 and get Aaron's attitude up to max as well.
Yes.
Check Flurg's inventory right now, though. Can confirm they do get mad. Thank you.
I do enjoy
That's scary shit.
If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
So, there's a couple weapons that are interesting here that I could use on this run. The Baneful is one of them. Act 2 Daemon is the other one. Weapons that get extra features if you're, if you bind it as an Eldritch Knight or a Warlock, Now, Eldritch Knights can actually bind weapons for other people. Like, you just apply the bound effect and then give the weapon to someone else. So in, like, a party scenario, that would be an option. I don't know if I use this, though, because it's a tiny weapon. I don't get any of the Valar Luv goodness. And also stays after respecking. Somewhat interesting. Yeah, that's useful. You need a backpack. You get mirror image. That. Yeah, you get those. I'll still buy Psychic Spark undiscounted. Too good.
Very well.
Minor weapons might also be a bit bugged right now. Don't even last after long rest now. When to recast unless you want a different weapon. I think so, but I remember something like that, the patch notes.
Such an accelerated
How's your day been? It's been good, Marina. How's yours? We finished the monk run. We were making good progress on the fighter run. One of these used to not be sealing and you got XP for picking it up. Weird. Pretty good. Glad to hear. Since I'm branded, I could go talk to the Dwergar now. We're almost at the point where I can go have Karlach have an accident. Almost. Might even not kill Anders when I do that, because I'm scared of
Better take that.
that. I'm scared of everything until level 5, essentially.
Let's see what we have here. Account. Looks like it's been sitting empty a while. Looks like an ambush.
What? Gek! Got... What's
Hit
this?
one, right? Yeah.
His fist grips an axe. On his gnarled grey skin, you see the Absolute's brand.
But spoil my hunt. Kill the slut. I'll wait here. Good, but that comes later.
Never know exactly where this guy's standing. 75 XP. Sleep scroll might actually be useful. Really pick up all these corpses and move them somewhere else. Any gravity kills that hurt losers stop that are needed because the fight's too dangerous. I don't really gravity kill anything dangerous, Randa. If you're set up properly for it, you can try to gravity kill the Boulette. It doesn't really have significant loot, and that's a pretty good one to do. Depending on your strat, you might end up gravity killing Balthazar. His loot's kind of mid, too. Pretty shit, actually. Trying to think of other things I would even gravity kill that, like, have loot. I don't like gravity killing the hook horrors by the Susur tree because early source of vigilance pots. I don't like gravity killing any gnolls or hyenas because hyena ears. I don't like gravity killing any wargs because warg fangs. Those are just general rules. Not getting on the boat game, but okay. Where's this guy? They moved this guy? Or did he just not become visible? Isn't there a third guy here? Or can I just not see him? I don't have Volo's eye yet, so... There's a guy there? Okay. So Arcane Tower, pretty low risk at this point. I still have a Featherfall potion, so I can use that. Just jump through pretty cleanly. In that vicinity, we also have where I can bring Arlek, the Boal. There's 2 inspirations I want to grab with her beforehand, though. Outlander background. That can wait until tomorrow. It's been 9 hours. So yeah, we're level 4. Solid chunk towards level 5. Monk completed. Fighter in progress. Tomorrow, Saturday. We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you so much, Evan, for hanging out. All the support today. It's been wonderful. I appreciate you guys. Those of you who are new, I stream BG3 6 days a week. Every day but Sunday. Goal is to do solo honor runs for all classes. Yeah, so if that sounds like something you'd be into, follow. See you next time. Have a wonderful night. I'm not gonna bother raiding anyone. I've been streaming until I'm like too tired again. So, yeah. Have an excellent rest of your night, everybody. Bye-bye.